Good morning. It is July 11th. We're going to be streaming stocks, options, futures trading today. Looking at technical analysis, watching the SPY, watching barbecue, GME, Mullen, whatever we got going on. Sub up, like up, comment down. Happy money sticks around. Hope you had a good evening. We're back. We're streaming. Thanks guys for your support. Let's see. I tweeted out. I've tweeted out the stream, I think, already. Need to put the link on Discord. The overstock tweet. Yeah, that's crazy. That is crazy. The response. I'm just like trying to think why they would tweet that. If there could be any other reason. We got about 8 minutes to open. Market's frothy this morning. Up 0.20%. Alright, SPY back down to VWAP. I don't think we had much data this morning. Not sure what triggered this. Nothing specifically, maybe. Let me check. $6 a.m. we had small business optimism, red book. Bullard started speaking at 9. He sometimes can be pretty hawkish. So he's speaking now. If we can listen. I don't know. I don't know how we could. Okay, we're at 7 likes. Pre-market likes. Appreciate it, guys. Good morning to you. Morning, Tyler. You're number 1. Well done. Morning, Buzzin. Hey, Rally. GME today? What do you mean? Yeah, we'll see, John. Hey, Lords. Good morning, Macaron. So, Lords, on the Form 25 with barbecue, is it possible that's not talking about them going to OTC, but them going from pink sheets to the expert market? I'll look for today. I'm not sure. It's oddly strong yesterday. I think we're still in a downtrend here, but yeah, that was an engulfing candle in the daily, so might get a little bounce. Yeah, it was a pretty strong candle yesterday, pretty good volume. We might not be on this trajectory. Might be more aggressive right now. I'm wondering if it's more something like that. See, that actually hits all 3 times there. I got close to hitting there yesterday. Could be. Yeah, GME, I mean, could be bounce off his support. That's what I was thinking too, Lord. So you're saying that's for... So that's most likely just delayed. Delayed from when they came over. So seeing this steeper trajectory on GME. Yesterday might have been the low. Okay. So it looks like SPY is continuing the handle that we kind of chopped around yesterday. This was kind of a crazy day. No, I didn't say anything. I just said, okay. Yeah, like, that's kind of what I was assuming, I guess. I just wanted your opinion on it. Yeah, the tweet with Overstock, I'm just still trying to, like, figure out what could they actually be talking about if it wasn't for Teddy? And if it was, like, would they actually be tweeting that if it had to do with Teddy? Like, what? All right, there's the market. It is open. We are live. Barbecue, little gap up there. If we break this trend, I'll probably be jumping back in. Okay. Just got filled on neg calls. Never feels good when you get filled right off the open. Feels like you got screwed. DFLI is up 18%. Tear is up. Yeah, Beyond had a gap up for some reason. I'll look at news. I didn't realize Tattooed Chef filed for bankruptcy. That was back at 6:30 though. Doesn't look like it had an effect on Beyond Meat. You can see that being bullish for Beyond Meat. Less competition. Etsy's up 5%. Redfin's up 5%. Moss is up 4%. HKD's up 4%. Mullen's up 3.9%. Nice little inverse head and shoulders here on Mullen. I don't think it's filling its gap. Mullen's up 5%. Barbecue's getting kind of close to that trend. DFLI up 18%. Scott's up 5%. Ben's up 5%. Yeah, I like this pen chart. Hoping for a pullback on it. I have to just jump on the train. cost is up 4. Keep an eye on barbecue. If it breaks above this trend, really, doesn't even have to get to 30 cents really. Before 30 cents. Oh. We'll see. Mullen. Good morning, Tasty. All right, there's barbecue up above that trend. 6.8%, it's 29.80. There it is, 29.90. 7%. Yeah, might be breaking out. Breaking out of this bull flag. Maybe continuing the handle, however you want to look at it. $0.30, there it is. Very good to see. There's almost 9% on barbecue. That 30-40. That is the breakout. Putting some orders in. See what happens once it settles down. We get some support being built back on the breakout. But yeah, looks good. Happens fast. Wasn't gonna happen slow. It's gonna be fast and then it's gonna be real slow. No, I don't think it'll come down all day. I don't think so. I mean, this is a breakout of this wedge here, so should hold support. Hold support above that. Would be my assumption. Morning, David. Little bro? Morning, Maui. Okay. See if any of these orders get filled. Littler and much younger. I am not your brother. Moving up there. Barbecue 3060, up 10%. SDC's up 5. Pain's up 4. Barbecue almost 10%. Mullen coming down. Hearing's not to like 2. Barbecue just filled that gap, 10.7% now. Yeah, I think it's safe to say this is the breakout on it. Good GME support out of the gate. GME is just flat rally, not doing anything. But yeah, I guess it's not selling off from yesterday's rally. Hey CDP. Oh, big sell-off on SPY there. That was from Mullen, or Mullen was affected by that. Interesting. Yeah, I'm picking up more shares here on barbecue. I like the breakout. Yeah, GME held that sell off on SPY there. I'm trying to close out a Jeff Brands, get some capital back for more barbecue. Yeah, listen to Okbet. Was it you? I don't know. Someone was asking me what I thought yesterday about it. I shared. Yeah, I mean it's basically the same thesis we had on GME for years. Basically blockchain stock exchange, and yeah, he's just pretty convinced that that's where barbecue is going. I think, pretty sure that was what he was saying. Yeah, I mean it could be. I like that. It's interesting that he's in finance and he's into fraud and found his way to barbecue and GME. I got some filled on this red candle. Didn't get fully filled though. Try and be patient with it. AMC. Yeah, almost 2%. Yeah. I'm thinking barbecue should hold this breakout level if it's legit. Oh, there you go. Now stuff's getting filled. Alright, I got filled on that candle. Nice. Yeah. Did take a bit of a loss from this to this. But if this is going to be huge, it doesn't really matter a whole lot, you know, from 27 cents to 30 cents. So trading the T on this thing's going to be tough though. We'll see. We'll see what the court hearing does today. It's like SPY setting up a bear flag here. That 5-minute candle's big engulfing. Is that from Bullard? Smile Direct is up 8.7. Zoom's up 1. Teladoc's up 2. Etsy's up 7. GME's getting a little rally here. Up 0.3%. Higher than yesterday. So yeah, I mean that engulfing candle from yesterday and then this trend line looks good. I said I would get more if it was down here, but or get into it, but really I think that might have been it. Just based on this more aggressive trend it's been on. I don't know how much upside it has though. I think it's been fixed, so. Unless there's some catalyst, some news, which there might be, maybe with barbecue, maybe with overstock, I don't know. Beyond Meat's up 6.5. That is neat. Got a lot of options right now. A while since I've had this many. You start just putting limit sells on them or something. $28 or $29.89 on barbecue. It's up 7%. Try to VWAP. Mullins down 1.3 now. There is still some gap to be filled there, kind of looming. Does have an inverted head and shoulders here in this larger bull flag though. So holds a shoulder. I like it. Yeah, Beyond kind of broke out of this range. Yesterday we started to see it. That's when I closed my calls, so glad I didn't. It's up 5.5. Like 17 is probably a pretty good resistance on it. Lifts up 1.5, plugs up 0.5%. I like Lift's chart, man. I think that's a nice inverse head and shoulders with a big gap to fill up there. I wanted to sell puts on it, but no red days. Got lots of gaps. Might just go with some calls. SPY coming up a bit here. Above VWAP. Barbecue back down to where it broke out. It's up 4%. 29.06. Like to see it hold some levels here though. Okay, I just got into the lift calls. I usually don't like to buy calls this early, but sometimes stocks start their climb pretty early on and it's sustained. And lift is kind of right at that breakout point, so it's either going to get crushed really hard on my IV or just going to slowly increase. So I got lift August, 13 calls. Probably make them spreads. We get a pretty good run on it. Okay, it's good to see barbecue bouncing back to VWAP. GME up 1.2. That ain't bad. Days tomorrow, so we have CP Live tomorrow. At 8:30, so it's before market opens. Red Fed Bar is speaking right now, so probably gonna see the market dance around with that. And then Fed Dally speaks at 11, and Mester. So trading TA on the SPY could be a little difficult. And what they're saying if it's moving the market. Barbecuing today at 2, I believe. So we'll be streaming it. Yeah, see this red candle is probably from Mester. You called him Lester? Yeah. Or no, Mo. That was what they called him. Mo. Sorry for your loss. Mo was such a good man. Mo? That's all I think about when I hear Mester. $0.30 on barbecue. Mullen's down 3.75. I'd like to see it hold somewhere around here. It could go for a gap fill and still be in a bull flag, but I just having to dig a little deeper. Gap fill's not too far down though. 1730. Carvana's ripping. Yep, it had that breakout starting 2 days ago. It might be a bit of a squeeze going on with Carvana. You know this one was heavily shorted. Jeez, look at that. Look at that though, from $3 to $30. That's had an insane run. AMC's up 3.5. A little bit. Redfin's up 7.8. Buy's coming down here. Dude, yeah, that's crazy, Carvana's move. Starting with that earnings gap. Wow. IP still rallying up 2.5. PacWest doing? That thing's just been consolidating. Zoom's up 0.87. Teladoc's up 2%. GME's up almost 1%. Peloton's up 3.5. Runs up 1.3. Eyes coming down here. Firm is up 7. $30.10 on barbecue, up 7.8. Sympathy moves on AIM? On AMC and GME? I don't know. I think GME is probably moving with SPY. AMC might be also. 2:30 is the hearing? Okay. Closing out of some of the Theta farm. Realizing some profits. I'll post it on the Theta farm membership. Barbecue 30.50, up 9.3%. Looking for maybe retest on VWAP here to go short on SPY. Generac up 3.5. Buy, flushing down a little more here. This might be actually reversing now. We'll see. Got a head and a shoulder, or inverse. See if we make another shoulder over here. If we keep flushing down. A little pop on barbecue. 30.75 up 10.2. Getting close to that high of the day of 30.89. Whoops, sorry. $30.89 barbecue high of the day. Retesting it. XXII is up 12%. Smiledrec's up 13%. Trying to roll a short call. It says I have insufficient funds. I'm rolling for a credit. Make any sense? Okay. So I bounced out of there. And this inverse head and shoulders. And I have too many positions. I have no margin for futures. Maybe a good thing. I don't know. Probably free up some buying power. Oh, I got out of Jeff Brands. Cool. Buy options so early. Mullen bouncing there a bit. Summer barbecue looks like it's gonna blow. Coins up 6. Wow. Jeez, dude, this is quite the rally on coins. Doubled. Woo. That's the thing with cash secured puts, like data farm. Long, slow process. Express is up 13. That chart looks nice. Wow. I'm slowly getting filled here. I sold out of Jeff Brands.
That's it.
Don't shoot an owl. You were just early on your plays. You bought them at the top of the range. Zoom Gotta wait for that bounce. But now Zoom looks nice. Nice inverse head and shoulders. Nice bounce off that support. Same with Teladoc. It's the exact same deal. I still want to see a breakout of here, but for a dip buy, we're pretty close to the support. Now we're looking good. We start to show resistance still around here. I'm out. Zoom is not quite as obvious. We do kind of have this other trend line here too. GME breakthrough 24. Getting 224, it's up 1.7. Yeah, yesterday's engulfing candle looks nice. And I drew here earlier, it seems like maybe it is bouncing on this more aggressive trend. It's been respected 3 times now. That would put the upside on it, like here more. That's so stupid. It says I have insufficient funds. Trying to roll a short contract for credit. I don't have insufficient. I have. Very aggravating. Bank is out of money. Confluence up 1.5. Yeah, see, lift started to break out. There you go. That's why I kind of... It worked this time where I got in this morning. Typically when the IV's higher. But yeah, so I'm up on those lift calls. M is up 3%. Or M calls from yesterday. Finally filled yesterday. That's at a nice little breakout. It's only up 3%, and these calls are up 50%. It's the beauty of the gamma. I think it's the gamma. Hoping this is a big move on Macy's. It actually moves. It makes big moves at times, Macy's. We were trading this before and it was crazy. Can get volatile. We'll see about neg. I got filled on the rest of my neg calls this morning. Did I put that in Discord? I don't like neg as much as Macy's though. Still kind of have this head and shoulders here. And rad. Yeah, not as much. I think there was someone tweeted that they're considering Chapter 11. That was the sell-off the other day after hours. Reorg reported tweets Rite Aid is considering Chapter 11 bankruptcy to address liabilities related to its involvement in opioids. It's just a rumor though, I think it's all rumors. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I should get out of those calls though. Redfin 13. Those things are ripping. Technical difficulties on Weeble? What are you talking about? IP rallying some more? Nice, 3.2. Yeah, it's a big move. That's very strong after how big yesterday was. Continuing that. That is neat. Volume yesterday was crazy, 7.3 million. Lucid just been on a run up also. Short term, this thing looks bullish. Why for a gap fill too? Oh, you actually are getting technical difficulties on Weeble? That's weird. I'm not having any issues. A little late on Lucid, maybe. I say it's maybe setting up that inverse head and shoulders. What the heck? Why do I buy it? Why is this a thing again? Oh, here? No? What? I want to buy a call. order book orders. Order entry. Here, order entry. It's all messed up. Remove orders. Order entry. There. Can I? No. How many? We're gonna do one. We're gonna do one. We're gonna do one. Just got a spy data call. Uh, 441. Oh, I got that. Yeah, I guess 441's fine. I like it. Maybe sell it at high day if we get there, or I might just hold it. Since we are looking like we're making a inverse head and shoulders here, and might be making a cup. Since I can only do one a day. We'll see. Barbecue. It's at VWAP 2970. Up 6.5. It's looking good for an uptrend. I want to continue to hold above that breakout level area. It's not a hard level, really. Never is. That's it, SPY. GME 2408. It's up 2.5. I want some GME calls too, but it would just be playing the channel. There still is kind of head and shoulders here. Tough bill up 16%. Mullins down 3. Actually, let's look at tough bill. Look at that chart. What? The gap down on here from. This might be a nice play. I don't know what's going on with it. Closing 4.5 million public offering. I was on 623. Rallying up there. Got a girl. Get it. What's going on with tough build? Public offering announced 621. That's why they sold off. No news today. It's just up 16%. Their offering definitely isn't good, but could have a bounce. Got enough plays actually. Stacked. Can't manage all these. Mullen down 3.3. BBBYQ holding up above the breakout. 7%, 29.87. You said you know. Good morning, Mo Lava. For everyone? I'm not noticing any connectivity issues. But you're seeing my frustration with Weeble's just user error. Since I refreshed my Windows 10 and so stuff went back to defaults. I don't know where stuff is. Especially on Weeble, it's already kind of, I don't trade on there much, so. But yeah, I'm not having any issues. 10% on those calls. I'd like to see high of the day though. Market might not make big moves though until our data tomorrow. So taking profits quickly is probably smart. As it usually is. AC's still rallying, 3.7%. Yeah, I like that chart. Reminds me of Carvana. Reminds me of a couple of them that start with that inverse head and shoulders down there. Was it not Carvana? It was another one. Oh, back to green on Zoom calls. Al, you can continue to chat. Basically break even on Zoom. There you go, SPY. These calls aren't moving a whole lot. Oh, it's earlier in the day, that's why. Yeah, I like the later day. Later the day. GME's up 2.6. Yeah, it's looking nice. Volume looks pretty solid this morning also on it. Yeah, if I were to go long, I would go long today. Really yesterday was the day, but yeah, you might see $30 on GME before you see this price again. All right, close out of another one on the farm. I'll add it to the Theta Farm members. Line coming down a little bit. We're still in this pattern. Inverse head and shoulders. Neckline would be the top of the cup here. So probably smart to sell at the high of the day. Dish is up 3% today. Yeah, I like Dish's chart. I'll do. Ever get calls on this? No, the IV is kind of high, so I've been doing cash secured puts on it. Those lift calls are already up 14%. That is neat. Yeah, filling that gap. Macy's calls are up 58%. Things hardly moved. I love it. JMAX up 4.3. Tough built 22. %26% on the SPY dailies. We have plug. Plug's up 2%. Plug and lift I put in my notes. I think for the Theta farm. They're both up a lot today though. Same with Penn. Ends up 2.8. Barbecue's up 6.2. Just below VWAP. Nicola's down 2.7. Jeez, dude, look at Carnival's rip. Oof. I think more than doubled. Alright, I might jump out of these calls. Let's see. Dang, man. You doing it so early. Not gonna leave them yet. Don't like that double doji. Now this engulfing candle. It's setting up in the 5-minute. We're still in this uptrend. I'm out. Don't even know if that was profitable after I did a market fill. Let's break even. Yeah, I don't know if Webull lags or what, because it said it was still up 15%. And the spreads are only a penny, so the market order shouldn't drop at 15%. Just got an awful fill from Webull. I said he's gonna have a talk with Pulte. Okay. Like the Cookie Monster? How do you have, Dawn told me this before, I can't remember. But since I formatted it, changed my settings. It's like changing my index. Is it index options? Is that what it is? To change where my search is at. Indexing options, I think that's what it is. Barbecue 29.97. It's up 7.4. Whoa.
And if you higher rates is what you would expect.
All right, we'll leave it there. Dan Grant, Alex Coffey, thanks so much for your insights. And thank you for joining us. I'm Caroline Woods.
Caroline.
With Nicole Petalides is up next. Stay tuned.
Ladies. My candle shook me out in SPY. I shouldn't let that happen. SPY get back to the high of the day. IP, I don't know where it's headed, man. Like, I mean, it has a lot of liquidity right here in this range where it is. Yeah, so there's a lot of volume and shares trading this range, so I figure it'll probably consolidate somewhere in this area that it's gotten itself into. I don't know, 32 up to probably like 40. Maybe not quite that high, maybe like 39, 38. So big rally like this, it'll probably start consolidating. That's what you'd want to see at least, and not just a sell-off. But yeah, I think it's strong enough. I think the catalyst for this rally should hold it up, and then see if it breaks the highs on consolidation. Then you're probably looking back to a gap fill or 46 bucks. Or if it breaks to the low. Yeah, he basically reduced a lot of the risk of his stock, which was the catalyst for the sell-off in the first place on the Hindenburg report. So he basically reduced a lot of that by putting up his own capital, I believe, and not using as much of the shares as collateral. Yeah, I was hearing that about the loan. I don't know. I from my understanding, I didn't know about any loan being involved, but I didn't look into it too much. Maybe that's what the loan, maybe he got a loan for that and it wasn't his own capital. It could be. So SPY made its cup here. Looking for a handle. AMC's up 2%. GME's have another strong day, 3.5%. Why I've been trading GME is because it's not volatile anymore. It's fixed. All you have are these gaps from earnings, but it's really not what it used to be. There's your handle being formed. Maybe it's about to pop. Yeah, maybe over 30 it wakes back up. I don't know. Can't figure out why I can't roll this short call. Doesn't make any sense. Generac up 4.5.
Telling us something now.
Yeah, I think so too. The thing that's been going on for me that's been most interesting has been just looking at that path of inflation and some of the instantaneous measures. You know, the Fed has said repeatedly that they don't see wage inflation, wage growth as really a source of the overall inflation of the economy anymore. And so we're really focused on those other things like the supply chain issues and commodity prices, which are outside of the Fed's control. If you look at those instantaneous measures of inflation right now, they're really pretty low. You know, they're in the 3% range. We may even get a 2 handle on the CPI print. And if that's the case, you start to have to ask yourself, what is the Fed really waiting for? You know, they're looking for some measures that inflation is not going to go back up again if they, you know, take their foot off the brakes. But we don't even know what that would look like. Yeah, we're in unprecedented territory, and it's hard to imagine what the Fed's looking for that they haven't already seen.
Sure. I mean, how about earnings? I mean, I think the companies tell a story as well, right?
Yeah, absolutely. If we start to see earnings go down, you know, people have been saying since late last year that we would start to see lower earnings, lower corporate profits this year, and that would be a trigger for a recession. But if you look at some of the sectors that supposedly have been in recession, like construction or manufacturing, they seem to bottom out earlier this year, you know, February, March. And so when we see earnings now, yeah, you know, that might lead to lower incomes for some folks. It might lead to more layoffs, but we're just not seeing that in the job market yet. And so the question is whether the Fed really needs to push this economy down further in order to stop inflation when it looks like the economy is pretty much ready to make that soft landing.
I mean, most people right now are guessing 2 hikes. Are you in that camp? I mean, we heard from Fed's Daily yesterday talking about a very strong labor market and that a couple of hikes seemed appropriate at this time to tame inflation.
It sounds like the Fed wants to do that. You know, if you looked at the dot plot after the last meeting, and if you hear some of the things that they're saying, they certainly are talking about doing that. I'm just not sure it's the right thing. You know, when we survey the workers on our platform, we find that people are under pressure. Last month in our monthly survey, there was a higher number of people than ever before in our surveys saying that they were looking for a full-time job and they wanted full-time employment. You know, people are facing higher prices, they're facing higher interest rates, they want to earn money. But that doesn't mean that we need to tamp down this economy. That's just going to make these people suffer more. It's not clear that that's necessarily needed in order to keep inflation under control.
Right, understood. When you fast forward and look to next year, are we worried about a recession, and where could that recession creep in?
There's definitely still worry about the recession, but I think a lot of that is sitting with the Fed right now. I think if the Fed decided to stand pat on rates, then you would see a positive signal in the market, and that would filter through to the economy, and we would see a little bit less in terms of layoffs, stuff like that. Sure, you know, the credit is a lot tighter than it's been. We've never raised interest rates so fast and so high before. But yeah, that has already percolated to a large degree through the economy. There's still some sequelae to be seen from that. But if the Fed were to stop now, I think we could possibly stick that soft landing. And that's why I say if there's going to be a recession at this point, I think the Fed is going to be one of the causes.
Right, understood. Thank you so much. Great to see you, Dr. Daniel Altman. Glad that you are with us of InstaWork. Plenty more to come right here on Trading 360. In our 360 Spotlight, we'll be joined by the CEO of Vesta, live from the New York Stock Exchange. The company rang the opening bell this morning, celebrating its IPO at the end of June. And we'll learn more about this Mexican real estate company a little bit later in our show.
Is that you, Ace?
Disruptor is Marvell,
Mexican real estate company? You're all over that, aren't you? Upstart's up 5%.
In our 360 round, we'll talk about Meta, the launch of Threads, and the impact on Twitter. And up next, it's the big three. 3 stocks, 3 charts, 3 trades. Those are the technicals. Charles
Drop is still going. Wow, 6%.
Trades for Zillow, Generac, and Beyond Meat. Next on Trading 360.
Talking Generac and Beyond Meat. They basically just said my plays right there. Look at those. Just missing Zillow. I put Zillow in there. GME vomit. It is quite the sell-off to VWAP. Yeah, I'm rolling the call up strikes. It's weird. I think it's because my buying power is not sufficient to close the short call. And then it's just stopping at that. Even though the new short call I'm opening, I'm receiving more of a credit. It's dumb. Broken. That might have been the handle right there. I don't know. It'd be a tiny little weak candle. That's a weird candle on GME too. A lot of volume. Wasn't with the SPY or anything. Oh, GameStop COO sells 2.8 million worth of stock. That's not good. GameStop expect an acquisition. Why is the COO selling? CFO also proposes stock sales. Nir Patel. Disclosure said the sales were to cover withholding taxes related to the vesting of registered stock units. Okay. That's legitimate. Not represent a discretionary trade. Patel still owns 1,004,000 shares. The CFO, Diana, filed late Friday for the proposed sale of 10,000 shares, but did not yet disclose any sales. Maybe they're not. Maybe it's not really significant. Yeah. That was weird though. GME's not controlling SPY. It's the captain now. Totally front ran that SPY drop. Yeah, so short call. I think what it is, because to close the short call, I don't have enough buying power to do that. I think that's messing everything up. Even though I'm doing it in one trade, and the next short call I'm opening is more of a credit. Yeah, it's just that first one, which is dumb. I don't. That's the point of a roll. That's the point, to do it in one trade.
Interested to see what the outcome is going to be tomorrow, because if the markets are going to go up and big tech continues to be a laggard, that doesn't really bode well for the NASDAQ, at least in the near term.
Understood. Okay. I mean, for right now, the
People are going broke. Yeah, I've noticed real estate in my area is coming down. I've seen some houses go for close to pre-COVID levels, which to me is where you can start buying it. I didn't think that you'd even get down to that level in some ways. I mean, I see like a huge crazy crash, but I've also seen 100 to 200% increase in like a year or two. So to get back all those gains is crazy. But yeah, they're starting to get cheaper.
They came back down towards their 50 SMA just yesterday, rebounded off that level. They basically
Acquisitions all talk.
47 to as high as 53 today. And so I really love the potential.
Why would GME do that though?
It may seem surprising.
They don't usually do
Really understand the housing market, but really just comes
this.
down to
This board
supply
with
demand
Ryan Cohen
there
isn't one
is
for
still
doing
high
a whole lot of
enough that
talk,
the constricted supply
and that is one thing they said.
is
So
causing these home
I'm
prices to
holding it.
be elevated. People are still looking. People are still buying.
I'm holding them to it,
It's
I
been
guess.
beneficial for a company
I'm
like
expecting them to make some
Zillow's
sort of
also been trying to
purchase of a
unwind
used
around $3
company.
billion portfolio of homes that they've been holding on to, and
No, the
at
insider
one point,
selling,
they were really
Casey, I just read it.
underneath these
It's
homes
because of the
at lower
vested shares he
costs,
had.
but
It's for
it looks
tax
like they're
purposes.
actually selling them for profits right now.
So he has to sell them
because of the
to pay
demand. So
taxes, basically.
Zillow has been one of
I
those
think
stocks
more or less.
that
I
have
think.
been very resilient in this market environment. If they break through this 53, I think this thing could really start shooting up. That upside target of 60 is really in the picture in the near term.
We're talking about Zillow.
For example, you have Piper Sandler, who has a $62 target. Some of the analysts think
Zillow's up 9. This one's a pretty volatile one at times, also.
it really came up and out of a hole where it just was holding way too much inventory and selling that at a loss, basically. But a different story because it's come off the 52-week highs and has been hovering around these levels. Ben, your thoughts on the chart today for Zillow?
Bring up around the highs, so no rejection as of yet. I think that's very bullish in terms of longer term picture here. Let's just start out with the move we've seen since the beginning of March, the areas of consolidation that have formed. I've got 4 of them highlighted for you here. The first one formed around this $41 level, and you can see we started to see areas of consolidation at higher and higher levels. That's what I like to call value moving higher. This is how we determine the direction of trend, right? It's also how we determine when it's no longer present.
Price up 8.5, 8.7. This looks like a nice trade.
Pull back and get below that,
that 80-cent gap.
And for the most part, even the recent test that we saw in the beginning of July, that area held. Now, notice where we are, right up near, as you mentioned here, the 52-week highs, hanging out near the
BBBYQ still going.
I see this as acceptance.
14.5% on this one.
Since the beginning of March, but taking a step back and
They do have options.
time onto this chart, a very similar pattern as you look at it.
Right? Yeah, this looks really nice.
Forming at higher and higher levels. In this instance, we're going back to the middle of October. We were bottoming out around that $26 level, and at 30, at 36, at 44, and again in this instance up around 50. We're just
see if this one breaks out today.
Where you see this overlapping, this wave type rotational pattern. It's basically waiting for more information. It's balance forming right now. It's waiting for that imbalance phase where you get a breakout.
Oh, Mullen actually sold off here, 7% down.
So let's move away from this.
Yeah, they're obligated to tell them. Yeah, they're obligated. If it's under a certain amount, maybe they wouldn't have to until earnings. But I'm not sure. I'm just guessing. I know they'd have to have it on their filing for earnings. But I think most likely they would have to have a filing within so many days after they bought it.
All the way up recently to 53.
So Mullen's down 7. I went down to retest this level.
Charles, let's get to your next name today, and that is
See if it's going for a fill.
What are your thoughts here?
Yeah, so this has been a weird one because this isn't typically a stock that I tend to follow. I generally like tech names, momentum type stocks, but that's the keyword, momentum. Generac has had some great upside momentum since it's cleared above their 200-day moving average, right around this 123 price. They really shot up to the 150s. They pulled back pretty aggressively to the 20 simple moving average. They've held it for the last 3 days, and today they've rebounded. So the idea here is that once they kind of clear through this key resistance at around 152.5, 153, the skies start to open up. This is where we say that as traders, there's a pocket of profits. There's not much resistance in play. So when a stock is unobstructed to the upside, they could really get going. Roku is a great example of that today, where they're just going pretty much vertical since the open. And that's because they cleared key resistance. So
yeah, Roku's up 12.5.
Generac, this GNRC move could be as high as 180 in the near term. And the stock has shown that it could get to that 180 target in a matter of days if the momentum is behind it. So it's very critical.
I'm trying to roll up this short call.
That the trend continues, that we see that higher. So So I'm looking for that breakout through that 152 half level. I probably won't play it all the way up to 180. That's somewhat unrealistic. It's going to be really hard to get there straight up. It's very possible, but I do think that upshoot towards 170 is a good baseline target. The momentum carries it to 180. Great. That's just icing on the cake. But this is one of those names that I'm looking for continuance of trend and that follow through momentum to come into play. It's been really strong since it's gotten above that 200-day moving average. And that's what I really love about it. The demand and the performance of the stock here near term.
And Ben, that's something you're watching. You watch that moving average as well, and you see that trend, which Charles noting how favorable it is and has potential upside. Your thoughts on the chart?
Absolutely, Nicole. Follow through, continuation of trend, right? Those are definitely words in my vocabulary that I use very often. So let's just begin with some of the strength that Charles was just noting. The move up here, I identified the rally we've seen from 92 up to 152, and we're going back a couple weeks here now. You can see the areas of consolidation. Again, a very similar situation in terms of what we were just talking about with the run-up as far as what we'd seen in shares of Z. Look at this, 101, 112, 127, currently bouncing around 141. And then again, in a similar fashion in terms of what we were talking about with shares of Z, you can see how we're now nearing or retesting that upper extreme. So zero rejection as of yet is the way I see it. Migration of value to the upside, well-defined trend, bottom left corner, top right corner, and I'd have to agree with Charles, continuation more likely than change, especially when you have a trend reversal in the fashion that we're seeing here right now. A bit of a bottoming effect coming into play. We're talking off the lows from last fall. A higher low, if you remember back in earlier this spring, end of April, beginning of May, which did not take out the low from December of last year. We were seeing areas of consolidation form at lower and lower levels, but this shows the significance associated with this most recent run-up back to
big accumulation pattern.
Just took 148 out, continuation through. And energy participation at this point opens up a door for a retest to 179 and above because we're building momentum here to the upside. But this area that recently fell 148 was key. It was short-lived, but there was an area of consolidation that formed there. So to take that out, I think was significant. You can see we're trying to reverse the trend here, looking for something more substantial for the bulls. We talked about the 50-day moving average, the 200-day moving average. In our last example here, you can see we're actually above both here. So that's significant. RSI a little bit limited to the upside in terms of what I'd like to see. I want to see it participating a little more, but that could come at some point. Let's keep an eye on this in the next couple weeks, trying to reverse a trend here, trying to establish a bit of a bottom off those lows we saw last fall into the end of last year and earlier this spring.
All right, thank you for that. A good charting there on that on Generac, and what a big mover that has been. Last but not least, Charles Moon, can you take a look at Beyond Meat, which of course we remember.
Yes,
that
Beyond.
IPO was soaring. Now what? We're far away from those days. What are you thinking of it around $15?
Oh, it's sold off.
Yeah, so I'm not the biggest fan of fake meat. This is purely a technical based trade, but I'm an opportunist, and that's big for me. So it's really got to hold right around this $14.50, $15 range. That's that technical break and immediate hold of support at previous resistance. This is the 200-day moving average. That's actually a level that BYND has not been able to get above for over a year. So this is very critical. This is very similar to that Generac, that GNRC setup that we had talked about, where it recovered above that 200-day moving average and started to move. If I was to compare BYND's potential, look at Carvana. Carvana, once it got above that 200-day moving average, has been somewhat parabolic. It's been, really in extreme demand. The buyer demand has been insatiable, and that's something that I want to see in BYND. The profile is very similar to Carvana. It's one of the highest shorted float stocks. For those that don't know what that means, that there's a certain amount of shares that are available, and a high percentage of those shares are being shorted in that stock. So we could see the potential of a squeeze being set up on the stock. It just hasn't done it yet. We've seen it in Carvana. We've seen it in AI. We've seen it in stocks like Rivian. BYND could be one of those names. It's very familiar to traders. It's very cheap. It's got very good upside. And again, there's other traders that are opportunists like me. If it holds this level and starts to pivot, any break of 16, I'm looking for a run to 18. But I think that this stock could actually end up trading in the 22s. From there, it's game on. We'll see where it could go.
Right. Oh, could be on. And so people are watching Beyond Meat, particularly in the shorter term, Ben.
about the trend we've been seeing
Yeah,
in the
100%.
talk about the trend in the short term versus the long trend or longer term trend here. Just take a look with me at the two phases of development. We've got the balance area forming around 11. We get a high conviction phase to the upside. You get
BBIG looks like he wants to break.
Sideways consolidation around 13, but it appears as if we're in a vertical phase here right now, testing and looking for value at a higher level. Again, we're going to be looking to see if we get some follow through, some participation to the upside. But I want to point out how, as you look at the bigger picture here, you're going to see
BBIG just broke.
the ego on you. Below 34. That's the key level.
BBIG just broke that high.
What I'm seeing, and again around 15. Yeah, there's some enthusiasm.
Thanks, Ace.
Here, but
You got Bo or
back to the downside. Let's look where we are with the 50, the 200-day moving
thanks for your
average, because
gifted
Charles
membership.
mentioned these levels.
Oh, Aurora.
Right now, recovering off
Aurora. Aurora.
Still a lot of
Get out of your cave. Come thank Papa Ace. Drop a thumbs up on the stream. Thank you guys for your thumbs up. We're 25 on the day. EU closes in 10 seconds, and BBIG is starting to rip.
All right, thank you for that. Ben Lichtenstein, great to see you. And thank you both, Charles Moon, Prosper Trading Academy, a great big three today. Really appreciate it. With some names we love to watch, Zillow, Generac, and Beyond Meat. Thank you both. Coming up next, we're going to spotlight Vesta. We'll be joined by the CEO of the company next after ringing the opening bell this morning. It's a Mexican real estate company. The IPO happened at the end of June.
All right, Tasty.
More about this company.
Got a waterproof phone case?
From here. Next on Trading.
Isn't your phone waterproof? Or do you like a gnarly one that you can go scuba diving with? BIG retesting that break. Coming down to VWAP. Margins in 6 feet. Yeah. I mean, most people don't use them for like underwater cameras, but I've seen some people do it. I don't think it would last very long doing it though, if you did it like often. Unless you just like, you kept it in a bag of rice whenever you weren't in the water. Eventually seep in, right? Yeah, I know. These waterproof fingerprints go out the door. How's your pool, Ace? You get that thing filled up? Affirm's up 10. I don't like that chart as much though. Redfin broke out there. Crazy move on Redfin. Cleaning, filling Thursday through Friday, party Saturday. Nice. Tears up 10%. Excuse me. Terra looks really nice too. That have board is questionable. Was it ever not questionable though? It's just your knowledge of it became real. The thing's super old.
Senior markets correspondent, appreciate it. It's time for our spotlight. We're taking a look at Vesta, Mexican real estate company, rang the opening bell today here at the New York Stock Exchange. I'm joined now by Lorenzo Berho, CEO of Vesta. Thank you for being here.
Thank you very much. It's a great opportunity to be here with you today.
I'm glad you're here because
hey, so you're a little older than I thought.
Underway. The IPO was actually occurred and happened on June 30th.
You look nice though. You have a good TV face.
Around $34 today. Why come to the public markets here at the New York Stock Exchange with your ADR?
Absolutely. Vesta is a company that just celebrated its 25th anniversary, and we have been listed in Mexican Stock Exchange for 11 years. Now, Vesta has attracted international capital for all over this time. In order to be able to invest,
if you want, you can dye your hair around your ears if you don't like the gray.
Best-in-class facilities, warehouses, and facilities that can accommodate global companies.
Not a big deal, but some people care.
And this is just a great spot to broaden our investor international base.
Right. And you're a developer, you're a real estate owner. As you noted, it's a lot of industrial type
That's on in a
properties.
move.
What properties are we talking about? You use the word warehouse. Is that mostly what it is?
Out of service.
Absolutely.
You still have the public pool signs on it?
Mexico is very similar.
And treated wood will definitely deteriorate.
Developed markets like the US. So in the end, global companies come here to lease new space for either logistics, industrial, supply.
Oh, you're talking about the whole structure.
And light manufacturing.
Wait, the structure's
These are
super safe?
modern facilities that if you ever drive into Mexico and see one of Vesta parks, it's actually very similar to what you could find in California, Texas, or any other market in the US.
Yeah, I mean, I have no doubt that building these buildings and facilities, I would think would be exactly up to par to anywhere else. I mean, what kind of hurdles do you face? You have to get permits and things like that, or are you using more are you taking places that are already built and just fixing them up? A little of both?
Absolutely. I think that part of our art as developers is to find the right location, locations that have urban infill attributes, where labor pool is close by, with good logistic corridors are close by, and where you can have already the necessary utilities so that you don't have to wait too long so that the buildings can be developed as soon as possible. Companies are coming into Mexico now with a big nearshoring trend. They're coming and they don't have a lot of time to go over a big development process. So that's why we anticipate by investing and developing and having the buildings ready so that when global companies come, there's already a state-of-the-art facility for them to join.
So you're ahead of the game, foreseeing the demand that people want to be in Mexico and have these properties. And I think the other thing too is here at home in the U.S., for example, I know in residential, there's just not enough real estate. And so home builders have been doing incredibly well because they continue to build. Are you finding that that's something that is beneficial to you? There's just not enough real estate or the state-of-the-art facilities that these companies are looking for. So you'll find the land, you'll develop the property.
Absolutely, and I think that's where local knowledge plays a very important role. We're a Mexican company listed in the now New York Stock Exchange, but in the end, it's our local knowledge that helps us to find those solutions for global companies. So similarly to the example that you just mentioned, we have to create that infrastructure, and that's why we are the ones that make.
There's another one from the Theta Farm.
A soft landing into Mexico.
Right. I mean, it certainly makes sense, and I'm sure they're welcomed and all that to do their business there. And as you said, trying to find, for example, when Amazon was trying to come to New York, right? And they were trying to find somewhere to build a headquarters where it was near transportation, near skilled labor, near airports, things like that. And you, as you said, your local know-how comes into play. How long have you been in this role or with Vesta?
Well, I've been CEO for 5 years, but I know the company for more than 20 years. I had the opportunity to know it from the ground. I have been on the border regions in Tijuana, particularly understanding how smart borders work. Also, the central region. As you
Brown is
mentioned,
up 3%.
Just think about Mexico.
It's a little bounce on this trend.
Latin America, and this is where e-commerce is kicking in very quickly. Actually, way faster.
I like the inverse head and shoulders on here, but
way better than in the developed world. So that's
valuation on run's crazy.
Great companies in great locations, and Mexico,
Lift, look at it go.
It's quite interesting if you compare it to even other emerging markets. It's attractive for foreign investors, but it's also attractive for the type of infrastructure
Like PaySafe too.
we generate, similar to what you would find in any other place in North America.
I'm sure you're going all around North America and other countries to try and get investors to take a peek at what it is that you're able to provide. How many facilities are we talking for the size and scope? I mean, how much property do you have?
Drops up
How many
6.3.
employees do you have? Has that grown lately, or are you going to use this money for that growth strategy?
Absolutely. We are a vertically integrated platform where we have internalized management. We're close to 100.
Peloton's up 7.25.
We currently own approximately 37 million square feet, but with a capital raise, we're going to be getting into 50
There's just a money sign. The money sound came out right when he said how much he owned. Cha-ching!
We already have a very tangible pipeline to execute on. Many of these projects are already under development, on their way. Many of them have actually already strong tenants, long-term leases, and that's the idea, to keep on developing, keep on with a strong momentum where demand is at historic highs and supply is incredibly limited. Well,
look, you know, you say demand is at historic highs, and I believe you in that they want somewhere to do these logistics, their supply chain, the warehouse.
Oh, it's just the wood.
At the same time, we have sort of a really
the actual board itself is wood.
Work from home crowd. I mean, you can barely get people to come in 3 days a week.
Dude, the lighting there is epic. Just huge, like, spotlights.
A lot of office properties here in New York, for example, are vacant or somewhat vacant. Have you found that to be a hurdle? And with high
You're missing like 100 people though for that party.
That people are paying. Are they paying on time, or are they defaulting?
I think we need a Happy Money retreat at the Ace compound.
No, that's a very important point. I think that first of all,
this wood right here
is so high that is actually
that's pretty dry rotted.
Positively rents have been increasing also at numbers.
It's scary that high because the water's so clear. You can see right to the bottom so easily.
So interest rates do have a particular effect. However, when you have a strong real estate fundamentals, those are the main drivers to create a prosperous opportunity. So that's the main driver that we're experiencing today. And actually, even that rates are at somewhat higher, returns are actually...
Yeah, stadium lights, exactly.
And there's an opportunity to create spread over the investment, and that's exactly what we are
GTI is moving again?
Yeah. Amazing.
Wow, yeah. GTI up 8%.
Welcome to the New York Stock Exchange.
Yeah, GTI chart looks good too.
At 34.14 right now, so higher than that IPO price of $31. Lorenzo Berho, thank you.
There's a lot of stuff that looks bullish though.
Real Estate Corporation.
Thank you very much for the warm welcome.
GTI seems like kind of a sketchy one out of those, but it can make big moves. Wow, finger just hasn't stopped. 12% today. 11.5% on finger. This thing's 6x'd. All starts with one big green candle in volume. Oh, just your parents or brother. Tough pill. Bounced off VWAP there. Mullen down almost 8. Back to the support. See if it flushes through here and fills gaps. There you go, Bo. Redfin broke out there. Broke above that $14 level. GME kind of bounced back on VWAP. That was a weird volume sell-off there. 12% on Smile Direct, Coinbase 11%. Hood is up 6. The Snapchat, Snap's up 9. Oh, Snapchat's had quite the move. Wow. That might be a nice play too on a longer term. Yeah, I might try and get some exposure on Snap. It's getting up to this resistance. Hopefully it rejects it and we can get some long positions. Here's the cup, here's the handle potentially. Looks like little inverse head and shoulders right here. And SPY's moving up. Snap reminds me of like the teledoc and the zoom chart. Longer term kind of accumulation of sorts. Snap's range is a little wider though. There's SPY breaking out. That cup and handle.
$50 a contract. So effectively, what we want to see is the stock to just slowly inch higher to the upside.
What's up, Ace?
Short-term
Or
option,
Dink?
which expires in 10 days, again, is out of the money and has low intrinsic value or no intrinsic value. And effectively, after 10 days, if you do hold that August option, you have to hit, of course,
Sounds about right, Tasty.
Is your break even in between now and expiration of that option in 38 days, but your profitability option after that is unlimited.
Right. Thank you so much. George Sillis, it's great to see you. Appreciate it. Good luck there at Marvell today for our disruptor. Thank you, George. Coming up next, it's time for our 360 round. We're going to talk all things
Lyft still climbing. It's up 7%. Nice breakout on Lyft.
What about the impact of Twitter?
Big gap to fill.
Trading 360. We'll be right back.
Like the stock, yeah. Yeah, I know. I liked it last once, but it seemed fixed and less volatile. But yeah, now it's a safer stock to hold. Generac did make a nice bounce on that support with an engulfing candle. 7-7. I need to get better at rolling long options. Not necessarily rolling, but in a sense rolling. Just getting more time, higher out of the money, taking profits on the shorter ones, just rolling them more or less. Up and out. Continue if the trend continues. But I'm not good at that. Yeah, the Ivy's still quite low on Generac. About to make a new high there. There it is, new high in the day for SPY. Move case to sell stocks. Alright, you're getting your cup and handle breakout. Granite's right. That $100 trade, that $100 phone, man. Whew. All you need. I love a Pixel 3s. Won't gap fill. Uh-oh. Has it? No. Hasn't filled yet. It's starting to, though. 1730. Yeah, depends on your position, Tasty. Yeah, Ace, it's a Pixel 3. I think that's what that links to. I just buy my Pixels on eBay or even Amazon. This was the last Pixel with 0.7 wide angle on the front forward camera, which I like a lot. Pictures are still amazing, even though it's old phone now. They did stop updating it though, unfortunately. So there's new high on SPY. This is why I got the calls back here, right here on this inverse head and shoulders for this cup and handle. Now breakout. This would be the ideal scenario for it. Yeah, those contracts are at 73 cents now. Almost 100%. As far as rolling up and out, so I was just talking about with long options, if I'm profitable on them and I'm like running out of time or whatever, or if they go so deep in the money, you know, if you're deep in the money, makes sense to close that and roll it up a strike, to like at the money and get more time if the trend you think is going to continue. So that's just something I don't do enough, but I need to get better at. Most of the rolling that I'm talking about when I'm talking about rolling options is short options. So ones I've sold, either cash secured puts or covered calls, or in this case it was a short call, so a covered call on a long call. But it's not working for some reason, this roll. Kind of annoying. So we got two great, yeah, they're amazing. Like I wanted to get a newer Pixel, but they don't have the 0.7 forward facing anymore. So it's kind of a bummer. Now those contracts, let's see. 80 cents now on those contracts. Magic rectangle is still a magical rectangle. Alright, there's the first little resistance I had for SPY. It was like a pre-market low. Traded my Nokia. I'd be flipping between Snake and opening up trades. Yeah, I don't have the cash, but that's what's stupid because it's all in one trade, and the credit I'm receiving to open up the new short is more than the debit to close the first short. So there should be no problem. Calendar spread. I'm doing calendar spreads right now. Normally I don't look for calendar spreads just for like Ivy Crush, but it's a good trade. I don't try and do too complex of options really. I just like to keep it pretty simple. But yeah, I mean that's definitely a trade, like selling shorter dated calls like through earnings or puts, and then having it covered by longer dated ones just to get the Ivy Crush. You'll hear the trader TV, the Thinkorswim guys do calendar spreads for that reason. I guess the only reason why I usually do calendar spreads would be, yeah, I guess it's for the Ivy Crush. It is the same thing more or less. It's just like a rolling debit spread or poor man's covered call.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome.
So yeah, that's what I'm trying to roll right now. It's a short leg of it because it expires, and I want to keep rolling it up.
We got tons of airlines to discuss, some macro to discuss as well. But what do you make of the morning here
Spreads
so
pay more
far?
every
Just take a look away,
crush.
glance back, and this market just got a little bit of a jolt to the upside. S&P's up almost 20.
Right, yeah.
Now up almost 60.
Yeah, so shorting those calls on the shorter dated ones.
The majority of the session has sort of oscillated around the unchanged line. So certainly a little bit different market than the one we were looking at, let's call it an hour ago.
You know, I think the market's gaining some.
Yeah, even though I'm in the money on my short calls, we're still getting some crush in them.
From yesterday, you know,
Might be crush.
Kind of interesting. The Magnificent Seven, those 7 stocks that have seen led the way, kind of sold off, but the market stayed firm, and the market had trouble figuring that out. But there's a lot of whispers out there right now, Alex, about tomorrow's CPI number. Now, there is going to be some big movement. The year-over-year headline is going to come down in that number tomorrow. But the core is what the Fed's going to look at. And we're inching close to a Fed meeting on the 25th and 26th of July.
Cell phone nostalgia.
We're about to go into the quiet period.
Redfin breaking out a bit.
We're inching closer to a Fed meeting that the next one after that is September 19th and 20th. So almost 2 months.
Whoa.
We get Jackson Hole in there somewhere.
Yeah, right. That's always, which Jerome Powell made some headlines a year ago with Jackson Powell when he was
Want to go long on Snap.
And very negative
Want to pull back.
about the market. So that's one thing that's coming up on the calendar as well. But we're in a slow period. Amazon Prime days kind of filling the void in some slow summers, but all things considered, we're waiting for tomorrow's CPI number. The expectations are for year-over-year headline to go from 4% to almost 3.1. The core 5.3 to 5. That's what everyone will chew on and consume.
Snap still going almost 10%.
That's really the peak of this trading.
Lift almost
Yeah, I think
8%.
this is, at least the first course of what could be some second half of the week volatility in CPI, PPI, and of course earnings kicking off on Friday with some of those big banks slated to announce on Friday morning. But let's hold some of those macro thoughts. Another thing you mentioned, Kev, was the Magnificent Seven. Let's call it the mega cap tech names, lagging a little bit yesterday, a little bit sluggish here today, and perhaps part of that reason is some of which co-host of Next Gen Investing, Jenny Horn, has some more info on, which of course is this new conversation around the rebalancing of the NASDAQ 100. Not completely unprecedented, but not all that frequent do we get these special rebalances. So Jenny, welcome to the show. What's the latest?
Yeah, I think this is a really interesting story.
Jenny.
We discussed this actually yesterday when we got news of this, the fact that the NASDAQ 100 will be readjusting the weight of its 100 components. We'll get actually the announcement on how this will be adjusted on Friday, but it will go into effect before the market opens on Monday. So we could see some movement as early as Friday in reaction to this. We do know this is really set to then impact the over-concentration in the index of this Magnificent Seven, we're calling it, those being Microsoft, Apple, Nvidia, Tesla, Alphabet, Meta, and Amazon. With that, those stocks accounting for more than half of the index's weight. Now, we also do know that the NASDAQ 100 special rebalance will spur some stock allocation shifts among ETFs as well as mutual funds.
Dude, that was so annoying. People's light up phones.
Some one-off gains or losses, but however, the impacts are expected to be relatively modest.
That was for people that were like deaf, right? You turn on the accessibility.
Additions or deletions, and also
that happened in movies. It's just like flashing lights all over the theater. I used to kill it at Snake.
We do know this is definitely going to be a market.
Should have maybe closed my Beyond calls.
The impacts are expected to be limited here, but I think it's interesting when you go and you break down specifically the weights of each of these names within the NASDAQ 100. Microsoft is the largest at around 12.7%, followed by Apple just slightly below it at around 12.3%. Nvidia has 6.9% of the overall weight, then Amazon, Tesla, Meta, and Alphabet. So, I mean, when you consider almost 13% of the overall index is names like Microsoft or Apple, I think it really paints a picture of why we see these names impact the overall market so significantly. And of course, there's a reason we call these names the Magnificent Seven, right? Nvidia's up 190% this year, Meta's up 150%, Tesla's up almost 120%, and then we see a
yes, I know people did to be annoying. It's so annoying.
But still not too shabby. So these names have been the clear leaders of the year, and frankly, the most interesting stories to watch.
You know, Jenny, all you have to do to realize the strength and how these names have taken over the NASDAQ is look at the Thinkorswim platform, look at the heat map, and look at the heat map of the NASDAQ 100 and how those 7 names dominate the landscape of the NASDAQ 100. You've got all these big squares that represent all these names, and then all the rest are just pushed over into the bottom right corner. I don't know exactly how they're doing it or what they're going to do. They're clearly going to buy some stocks and sell some others. They're going to try to do it with a little impact of the stocks as possible, but this is just a way to get things closer into balance, right? We knew this was probably coming because these boxes in the NASDAQ just keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, and eventually they're going to have to adjust these. There's a look at the NASDAQ 100 on the screen. You can see how these small number of names dominate the landscape of the NASDAQ 100, Jen.
I know, and Kevin, that's exactly what actually Alex and I were saying yesterday. It's almost like the narrative so closely follows just these 7 stocks that the rest of the market then needs to pick it up, because it seems like in terms of the price activity this year, these names have been carrying this index. I mean, we see these names outsized gains. No wonder we see then the NASDAQ 100 outperforming, but it's sort of like then what is the rest of the market?
All right, I sold my Beyond calls.
What does the rest of the market look like?
So I had short calls on that like twice.
weight.
It was a bad time to
and
sell it
these
intraday,
seven
whatever.
names, are we going to start to see
Probably
some
going to bounce up to
continued
VWAP, but
losses? Because right now, I mean, with a name like Nvidia, for example, being 7% of the index, up almost 200% on the year, I'd say that, you know, I think you like to see that that is right now heavily skewed, heavily weighted in the overall index.
I might get
So
back into
the rest of
Beyond
the
though.
market needs to pick it up, or else we could start to see things
I
fall.
want more time.
No doubt. I think this is super interesting. I think that we have the market.
I'd like to see a retest on that breakout.
Kind of handicap what this might look like. I think that might explain some of the weakness that we've seen overnight in the last couple days since this news broke. But Jenny, really appreciate the latest update. We're going to have details soon and ultimately what this will look like. But thanks to Jenny, co-host of Next Gen Investing.
It's interesting, Alex. There's some big companies that are really small boxes on the NASDAQ 100 right now because of the size. You got PepsiCo, you got Starbucks, you've got, let's see, Comcast. These are big companies. Netflix, they're all pushed over. You know, the square on the heat map is indicative of their market cap, right? And it moves bigger as they get bigger and smaller as they get smaller. And it's pushing these names over. Look at that right column here. There's some big names in there, and you know, Costco is in there, and Costco pushed all the way over to the side. You can see how it's dominated by these 7 big names.
You know, I love this point. These are things that I've said on days like earnings days, or say you have a big move in Apple for some type of breaking news, something that causes Apple to move $6, $7, $8 a share. With nearly 16 billion outstanding shares,
holy crap!
I think the only way you can even frame the magnitude of some of those moves is Apple created a Starbucks today, or something like that, and you have to use some of those names that just have tremendous scale. I mean, Starbucks is simply on what seems like every corner in urban areas like Chicago and New York and worldwide.
There's a gnarly squall out right now.
Sometimes in a move higher in Apple in terms of market capitalization, it shows just how significant some of these levels really are. But Kevin, I do want to explore this topic a little bit, and we'll come back to the inflation and greater macro picture, because from what I understand the rule, and I'll just sort of read this verbatim from what I understand, is what seems like the rules state is that actions taken if the aggregate total of the names that account for over 4.5% of the index on their own exceeds 48%. This is kicked in now because, well, currently those 7 names account for 55.
I didn't know they only I thought they rebalanced just so often. I didn't know it had to do with the weighting.
And so how I would, and I assume that the market is relatively doing this, is what you're basically going to have to happen, and of course you look back in time at those other 2 instances where this is kicked in, is we got to get that 55 down to 48.
Right.
And so how do you do that? Well, you sell a proportional amount of those 7 names, and you buy a proportional amount of the other names. And so the market is doing that in real time, ahead of time, because it doesn't want to be left hanging. It doesn't want to be the one who's doing this at bad prices. And so you see this natural adjustment take place.
It's a rotation within the index.
And the idea would be, is the same amount, the index is worth the same amount. It's just to get to that total aggregate amount, it's going to be 48% or so.
All right, I might lose power. Dang, man.
Adds up.
So, yeah, it's hard to get a feel for exactly what it means if you're along the NASDAQ in general, right?
Ideally, nothing overnight.
Right.
It could drastically alter it. You know, now you only have 55% exposure to these 7 names, and or rather than 55, you have somewhere around 48 or whatever the ultimate details are. And so if you still wanted to be more exposed to those, well, you're not going to.
Squally. There's squall out there right now, mate. The squalls are coming in this time of year, huh?
It'll naturally rebalance. The market will quickly adjust if it hasn't already.
Holy crap.
It'll maybe adjust again once the details have taken place. But then it gets you know, those names that had been lagging their bigger peers will have to start carrying their weight, because they're going to be a bigger weight. Rather than being 45%, they'll be somewhere closer to 52% or whatever. So it seems like small, but on those margins, that 7% is big.
I mean, it's hard to imagine, you know, buying Starbucks, buying Pepsi, selling Nvidia. Is that really a spread? Is that really something you could do, right? Is that a 1-for-1? Is that a pairs trade? That seems frightening in terms of on the surface thought. But I believe normally what these happen. These
First call option about to be on.
more volatile
Nice.
or volatility in
Mullen might be finding support there on the previous low, but no gap fill yet.
the open. Volatility just doesn't seem to be there, even though yesterday's trade had those stocks all down.
Yeah.
With the Nasdaq actually higher.
Fire water.
So someone was rotating as we were on the area during the market yesterday. So, you know, we're going to watch how it plays out. You're going to be able to see it happen. So,
yeah, I think this is super interesting, and I think that there's a couple other potential fallouts to this too. I mean, it makes total sense if you're, you know, running this index, or what you basically are, you know, selling, if you will, if you want exposure to an index. You want, it's the idea of diversification.
3,200. Jeez, you got a bad taste of the market.
Of the 100 or so names in the index. And
That's that first taste. It's always free.
A little bit more diverse, a little bit greater diversification. That said, though, you know, now this passive
Novax calls, yep.
goes into these products, be it ETFs, be it whatever it is, something tracking these index mutual funds, designed to do so, leveraged or not. That's less money now passively flowing into these Magnificent Seven. So there will be a fallout. Is it going to be so noticeable that suddenly NVIDIA is going to underperform? Probably not for that reason. If NVIDIA underperforms, it's probably going to be because some of this AI hype maybe got a little bit ahead of itself and the valuation's gotten a little bit stretched. So I think we've probably seen the majority of the impact already be rebalanced. We've already seen the market react to the news, make adjustments, and just how quickly information travels, how quickly trading takes place. Now, we mentioned the CPI. So before we go to a break here, I do think that this is an important topic because we got earnings, we got inflation, but we just got that used car.
Rad's down 3.5.
The quickest drop-offs.
Barbecue looks like he wants to come down here a bit, breaking out of his barcode.
Inflation number is going to be a little bit cooler than anticipated.
Right. So for a little history, the last 2 months, used car prices have gone up 4.4% each time. If you dig into the tables, dig into the data on CPI, and the whisper is that that number is going to crack hard on the downside, and that will affect, you know, food and energy, right? It could affect the core. Now, here's the thing, though, Alex. The year-over-year core is a measurement of 12 months, right? You're only going to affect 1/12 of that year-over-year number. Unless that month-over-month number is down 2%, I don't know how much effect you're going to have on the year-over-year core. It's already projected to come from 5.3 to 5. It may go lower on that number. We'll check that number tomorrow when it comes out. And the first thing we'll be looking at on the tables is used cars because it's been so hyped going into it. But they've been strong the last 2 months. Let's see if that number cracks.
Final thoughts here. I mean, it seems baked in the cake at this point as well that the Fed's going 25. Nothing's guaranteed, but at 95% holding strong, it would take a surprise in my mind for this to be altered. It could absolutely alter how they frame the rest of the year.
Fed speakers yesterday.
Dude, chill.
We had Mary Daly speak. We had Loretta Mester speak. Mary Daly thinks we need 2 more rate hikes.
There you go. There's barbecue coming down a little bit.
There's only 3 days left in a year. I think this one's a lock. Loretta Mester thinks the core inflation is...
Doesn't hold this trend. I'd at least like to see it kind of 28.65. Find support there. Should set us up for another inverse head and shoulders.
We'll see as this plays out.
This shoulder over here.
Mary Daly did say the data will tell us what we need to do.
And the data will also tell us, too, if we've set the stage, possibly, Kev, for a little buy the rumor, sell the news. This seems to be the biggest kept secret that everyone knows. Hey, it might come in a little bit cooler. Who knows, though? Tomorrow we'll find out. We'll see what just is priced in and what isn't. But we're taking a short break. Coming up next, we're going to begin our airlines conversation. We're going to take a look at United Airlines, see what is making the news on the airlines front, do example trades as well. Stick around. We'll be right back.
Good enough screenshot, good enough to sell was, I think that was the first post-it note I ever wrote on my monitor. Screenshot equals sell. Won't be married for sure.
Warm, I would say, almost on this stock, but does see for airlines as a whole continued demand strength with firm pricing given the continued capacity constraints. So basically sees some optimism, but not all in on buys here. But Kev, what are your thoughts here on United?
The airlines are tricky. There. Let's get that statement out there right away. The airlines are tricky when the markets aren't crazy about airlines. Just in normal markets, the airlines are crazy because you're dealing with so many things. Gasoline input, capacity inputs that are very important. They're keeping, the good news is for airlines, they're keeping capacity low, which keeps prices high, right? There looks like there's no drop off in demand, but maybe there's data coming up that says that. What's the second half of the year going to be like? So far, the airlines have been playing catch up with demand, right? There were years, or year and a half, 2 years, where there was very little travel, especially international. Now that's catching up incredibly quickly. So United Airlines, here's the theme though, for all of earnings season, not just on the stocks today. How far these stocks have come up this year, but how far they still are away from the all-time highs. And it's not going to be every stock. NVIDIA, some others aren't, Apple aren't going to be in that category, but a lot of them, a lot of these names, look how far up they've come this year, big percentage wins, but still nowhere near their all-time highs. Netflix is trading in the mid 400s. They're high $700.
Yeah.
So
Tesla, $400 some dollars.
Exactly. So there's a lot of names that we're going to go through. You're going to get tired of us saying it's up this much for the year, but look how far it is from the all-time highs. That's one of the narratives for this earnings season.
Quite frankly, that's the story of the market as well.
Yes.
But Kev, when we talk about earnings in general, and we can apply this to United as well. There has been this narrative, and we'll talk airlines. That's the subject here, and that has been this return of international travel, possibly this return of corporate travel. Buoying some of these, more, let's call it big three kind of traditional airlines, and United, American, and Delta, with Southwest being very domestically focused and certainly skewing more recreational travel than corporate travel. I'm a Southwest guy, but not everyone is. I understand that United, of course, kind of Chicagoland focus.
Chicago's a United town, so I'm more of a United guy.
And again, it's an industry that has loyalty. So you can be Delta, you can be American, you can be Southwest, you can be United. There's no shame in any of it. We all got our thoughts on it, and there's reasons why you pick one or another. But they do tend to kind of move in tandem together. This is an industry that has a lot in common with its peers, not a ton of differences, very commoditized. But Kev, you talked about lower capacity kind of keeping those prices elevated while demand holds firm. But when you look at this, at some point, though, don't these companies really gotta start
Yeah, I saw
showing
Pexi,
the
whatever.
optimism that they keep projecting? You know,
Pexi rally.
You look at these historical numbers going back the last few years. You can do this on the bottom of the Thinkorswim.
Rob, you hanging out at VWAP.
There's a lot of negative numbers in front of those earnings, particularly for a name like United.
Well, it looks like it's just
they've talked a lot
running a
about
double
this
bottom
return
here.
to profitability consistently. They've talked about the return of these travel numbers, and they've positioned themselves optimistically, which, quite frankly, they should if they can. But at some point, doesn't the market need to see this? It's less talk, more show me.
Coinbase up almost
kind of show me
12.
the money here, start showing
Wow.
us some consistent profitability, because I see a negative number on last quarter.
If you look at last March, you know, all the airlines sold off because a couple firms started, like American, that we'll talk about, pre-announced that they weren't going to hit some of their numbers because they were front-loading one reason or other, but then there was an incredible recovery as they realized Delta was leading the way. Delta will start earnings on Thursday morning. That's why we're covering it with Lightfolio today. It's, you know, every month that demand and free cash flow comes in, their balance sheets gets better. That said, they're not all the way back yet. They need more quarters of this to happen. Discretionary spending, inputs like gasoline coming from $110 down to the 70s is good for these companies, lowers their expenses. Demand is off the charts and showing little or no signs of waning as we get into the third quarter of the year. Travel, summer travel is gargantuan, and Europe, international markets are opening up, but still, you know, United had a rough 4th of July holiday. You know, the stock sold off. There were capacity problems. There were flight cancellations, operational issues similar to what Southwest had at the end of last year. Pretty catastrophic for them. So I think, you know, at United Airlines, their CEO claims that they're ahead of the curve in terms of their competition on just all technology things. But they had a rough 4th of July. It's like every one of these firms takes their turn being unpopular, and then they slowly but surely, you see the move in Southwest. It was incredibly unpopular over the holidays. Now it's moved back up.
And this is the funny thing. I think that all of these company leaders are probably hesitant to ever jump on the other ones when they're struggling, because they know it's just a matter of time before they're going to have something.
Yes.
But also, this is such a loyalty-based, industry. You know, you have your miles, you have these things, you have routines when it comes to travel. It's not comfortable for everybody to travel. And so the more it can kind of fit into something that you understand and know, I think the more likely you are to return and do things. So we talk a big game, but you know, if Southwest cancels a flight, I'm probably still booking a Southwest ticket unless I had something pretty significant happen. The same way if you're United or Delta or American.
You have a bad taste, and then it goes away over time. It dissipates.
Yeah, it certainly does. But let's talk some trading here because this name has been impressive. It has, of course, had struggles even in this year, but it has done its best to recover from them, essentially trading on its year-to-date highs. And you talked about some of these longer-term charts. I mean, we're basically at levels going back to March of 21.
Yes, exactly right. So they have earnings. The first stock we're trading today, United Airlines, they have earnings on July 19th after the bell. That's when they come out. Now, so this week, you want to trade it ahead of that? I don't know if you could. And by the way, these don't trade with very big premiums. So you've got to be careful there. There's not a lot of interesting things, but you do have that July 21st week, you have a pretty good sizable jump in implied volatility. So what does that do? If you listen to this show and we give you those tips, it makes the calendar spreads inexpensive. Doesn't guarantee you're going to be successful, but there might be a little bit of edge there to help you out. So what I did, I don't know if the airlines are going to come up or down. You can see they can move significantly to the downside if they miss. They've had great runs, so you've got to be careful of the downside. But we know what's going on with demand. So anyway, here's what I did. I did basically a $4-5 move. It looks like the move going into the earnings event is about $4.50 for the July 28th week, about $3.70. We'll call it $4 for the July 21st week. So something right around there. Here's what I did, Alex. And again, each individual trader can adjust the strikes on these. The key
Holy
is
spy
the
moly.
strategy, which is the calendar.
Yeah, look at the spy.
51 put calendar, 1 week, July 28th to
The
July
market just
21st,
dumped there. Someone
17
talking again?
cents it's trading. Very inexpensive to play this.
What is this?
And on the call side, I did the 60 call calendar. That's only trading 16 cents. So the good news is there's not a lot of risk in one spread. It's about $16.70. If you did them both, about $32 on these calendar spreads. Why? Because if you look
Well,
at the trade tab,
the
implied volatilities are
1 o'clock for your
steep,
3-year
right?
note
That's the earnings
auction.
event.
No, that
You're
was
shorting that
just
one,
random
buying
sell off
the
unless
next
there's
one.
news.
So pretty low
I don't know. It was a big drop to VWAP though.
implied volatility in the divergence between the two expirations, Alex. So that makes the calendar spreads inexpensive. Now you still need a move to $51 or at or around 60, but this gives you an inexpensive way to play a move in either direction. Now you can do one, you can do the other.
Thanks guys for your likes. I appreciate it. Come up on 12:30. Squall's gone. Hopefully your power stays on now. We're at 31 likes in the day though. Thank you for the support.
That's sort of a quiet move, while those short options, potentially decay towards zero, would be welcomed as well, allowing a trader to capitalize on the movement on those long options after the fact. But it comes down to it, if this meets the potential outcomes that you're projecting, it could work. But like you said, if you're more
GME didn't
bullish or more
flinch.
bearish, it's all about precision when it comes to the calendar spread, I've always thought. And so if you got a price target in mind,
Yeah, Mullen is bouncing on that support.
around your time frames, you can set it up quite easily. But I also love that you're showing sort of the neutral version of this. You're not bearish or bullish.
Maybe fill the gap this week on Mullen.
Particular points.
There's virtually zero delta, zero directional delta in both of these trades together. If you put one on or another, obviously it's going to be directional but the double calendar is basically neutral.
And with volatility basically near its lows, calendar spread is going to be a lot more
AC's still climbing.
positive Vega
Same with
trades
Lyft.
opposed
Wow,
to,
Lyft is up 8% now.
negative Vega trades, looking for expansion of implied volatility, at least in that further dated option. But that's going to do it for this segment. Of course, options trades do carry risks into expiration, such as unanticipated exercise or assignments, so bear that in mind. But coming up next, we got a further discussion on the airlines. We're going to look at Delta with the co-founder of Likefolio, Andy Swan. We'll look at some
Stop looking at me, Swan.
airline trends as well that they're following over at Likefolio.
If I
Stick around, we'll be right back.
close out of Zoom and wait for it to confirm. GME climbed back up. Climbed back up to close to the high, up 3.5.
Away with getting more money out of that consumer wallet for every flight, I think bodes well for this.
Oh, thanks for hitting the like today, Ace. I appreciate that. Very thoughtful.
Talk about a lot
Still no share. I haven't even checked.
Each of these airlines has their spin.
I close that tab.
Incredibly unpopular, and then they get less unpopular. But Delta seems to significantly, consistently dodge that. Ed Bastian is a very positive CEO, always presents.
Yeah, there hasn't been shares since 7/6
But here's the
last Thursday.
That I think is key, and I want
Crazy.
your comment on this.
Wonder how high that borrow fee will come back.
Consumer household wealth, which is the
200%.
20% of income earners in this country, they went up by 27.
I bet it's 200% when it comes back.
Since the 2019 in the United States, so they are wealthy, and they're more wealthy. Delta is focusing on premium customers and high-end travel, and
AMC at
that's
1,000.
exactly playing into this demand, this catch-up, passenger catch-up that leads to higher demand and keeps it there, because everyone thought this would run its course, and it hasn't slowed down at all. But Delta's focus on these premium customers, these high net worth individuals, seems to be working, Andy.
Yeah, and that's working across every industry. We're seeing, we come on this show and we talk about, the consumers' credit cards getting maxed out, savings.
Lost bar on AMC is crazy, yeah.
Well, that's talking
Happy birthday,
about
Daniel.
a certain segment of the population. That's not talking about a segment of the population that flies on Delta.
Blow some Moas candles.
That flies on Delta is doing very, very
Happy
well.
birthday, man.
And it looks like we'll continue.
7-Eleven, what a birthday.
Focusing on that luxury kind of experience, that higher end
experience, take it or leave it.
Experience is exactly the right play.
I just had a Marin.
Look at happiness levels across the airlines.
Oh, we still have the court hearing today.
Delta at this point.
You guys share a link for that at all?
67% happy. The only ones outperforming them are the more regional ones like Hawaiian Airlines or Alaskan Airlines, where people are going on, really nice vacations. But compared to American, Southwest, and United, Delta is absolutely dominating the pack, and so I think
might be building the right shoulder.
Very valid. They're targeting
shoulder, head.
And they're doing well by
yeah, it was a good trade. I wish I had more buying power for the margins at least. My one call
how resilient this space has been, and how it seems
didn't do much.
Despite maybe some of the doomsday headlines that we read, we're still getting on airplanes and we're flying around, and these flights are full, even if there's less of them available, and some of the disruptions are a little bit more disruptive when there's a little bit less available flights. But because of that, I guess I want to ask you, assuming that there is some sort of decline in the economy, we hear about it, we don't know if it's going to happen, but there seems to be a lot of smart people saying that something is going to decline because of what the Fed's doing, because of whatever reason we want to describe. Is this a sector of the market or the economy that tends to fall off a cliff if things are to get a little bit worse, or does it taper off kind of slow but steady? From your experience, is this something that can shift quickly, or is it something that kind of just slowly but surely falls off?
Yeah, it slowly but surely falls off, slowly but surely grows. We're in the second category there. The exception, of course, is when government shuts everything down. That can really disrupt things. But in terms of just general economic cycles, these things in the airline industry tend to take longer. And what typically impacts airline stocks more or makes them more volatile is the cost of energy. And so we don't have a lot of foresight into that. What we can say, though, is that the consumer is very strong. And I would actually say, from an economic standpoint,
might take a put here.
Like
dang.
There are now two.
Didn't want to do more than one trade a day.
There's an economy for the haves and there's an economy for the have-nots, and those are going in very different directions. And I think Delta's focus on the right one.
Good stuff. Yeah, Andy, it seems, too, that some of these tough tests that a lot of these companies had to go through with some of those shutdowns.
There, now it goes to order entry.
In spite of the fact that maybe they're having more heavily debted, they had, lost years, they came out more nimble. They came out a little bit more lean and possibly a little bit quicker to react to tougher times as well. So we'll see. Great stuff as always. Thanks to the founder of LikeFlow.com, Andy Swan. Kev, it's time
Stop looking at me, Swan.
Because as you mentioned, this is going to kick off earnings season. Delta kind of overshadowed by the banks. overshadowed a bit maybe by the inflation prints this week, but this is going to be a seriously interesting earnings report that's going to set the tone for the travel industry.
Yeah, and it's interesting because Delta has earnings Thursday morning.
Big RSI divergence there too on the 5-minute. See that?
All the stocks will move. Based
this
on
high and this high.
The whole sector will move based on Delta's earnings.
Some might even move more.
Exactly. Because you could say, well, if they're good or they're bad, oh, these guys aren't going to be much, it could be one of those. Yeah, the speculation will run rampant. So I apologize in advance for being a bit redundant, but a lot of these trades mirror themselves because they're all kind of in the same place, except this trade, again, double calendar, except the weeks are moved forward, right? Because Delta is this week, I'm trading the July 21st, July 14th double calendar. And in this one, it looks exactly the same, but the names are different and the prices are slightly different. But again, the July 21st, July 14th, 50 call calendar, trading about 17 cents. The 46 put calendar, trading about 14 cents. Now, the expected move in Delta, a little lighter than the ones in United Airlines, but this is the same idea. If you get a move towards the 50 strike or the 46 strike, I believe the expected move is only about $2. Yeah, it's sitting right at $2 right now. You can see the market maker move. So that tightens up the double calendar, Alex. So, but again, about 31 cents, you can have an opportunity to be profitable in either direction.
IV percentile is 7 for Delta, and it's got earnings.
So Long Vega isn't the worst. The calendar spread featuring Long Vega isn't the worst trade right now.
And this is with earnings. Just to put in perspective, if you looked at that on a 5-year horizon, it's a 5. And I get, obviously, there was some pretty crazy circumstances within the last 5 years when it came to airlines, so I'm not surprised to see that longer dated percentile a little bit more suppressed. But
remember, that's only a 52-week measurement, so it
I have a 5-year as well, and it's down to 5. But I think
Okay, I grab it. Little anxious, premature, but whatever.
Apologize for being redundant here. Obviously, the risk profiles look the same, but one could be
front running it a little bit.
If you just got this chart, a price chart of Delta, you'd be forgiven for thinking it might be United. They look identical.
Exactly right, because these sectors move very similarly. Good news or bad news? Look at the chart from mid-March in Delta. This whole sector sold off together in unison. You can see right there that early to mid-March, they all got hit. Oh, sorry, I'm a little quick on the trigger there. But as you can see, they all sold off right there in mid-March, and they've all recovered enormously since then. And frankly, they've caught some tailwind here going into earnings. So, I know Delta is one they pre-announced a couple weeks ago. And so that stock, as you can see the date, you can tell the day they pre-announced it was about June 26th because he had the big candle there. So Ed Bastian is always very positive when he gets interviewed about their earnings and about their situation in general. He's a wonderful CEO, so that doesn't mean Delta's going up because their guidance is going to be key. With a stock that's run this much, the guidance will be very important.
And the fact that we heard from United on that pre-announcement did take a little bit of sting out of the entire industry, at least these kind of bigger airlines that have so much correlation. So maybe that explains a little bit too why you see that little bit of a suppressed IV percentile, but a lot of the same conversations apply, a little deja vu. Of course, risk-defined trade, a strategy that's highly customizable around earnings. So looking forward to
you double down on underwriter shares. Careful.
Delta coming up next.
I mean, don't ever do that without my approval again, though.
To complete the trifecta on the three major airlines here in the U.S. Coming back.
If you keep doubling down, you might have like a whole $1 invested in barbecue someday. Double downs can compound pretty quick. We're right on the border. We're either gonna keep ripping and stick with this upward channel we're in, or we're getting the shoulder and we're gonna at least flush the VWAP and maybe back to the lows here. We're just hanging on. And the days go on, and I don't know the words. This is not my beautiful house. This is not my beautiful wife. It's not my beautiful children. This is not my beautiful life. Head in window. But does that mean that if you buy BBYQ, you're going to make money? That's what I want to tweet to Overstock. What ticker should I buy to make money because of your teddy in the window? I'm sure they'll answer it straightforward. He's rattling a couple shares. Somebody, I know, I'm like, I don't know, maybe I want to buy Overstock because of that. Oh, looks like it's going to stick with this channel. Not ready. Not happening. Here. I knew I was premature.
It's been pretty strong, right? We've been keeping a close eye on small caps, as I mentioned here. The data due out tomorrow, but this
Yes, we know it's photoshopped, Ace. That's even, yeah, we know that. That's the point. They photoshopped it.
A little bit of a lift here and continuation of the pattern we have been seeing, but yeah, I think this is a win for the bulls in many ways, considering that rates are holding upper levels as well, off the recent highs, but still, I wouldn't necessarily consider what we've seen in terms of the TNX and the 2-year rejection of those upper levels. A real hawkish tone from Fed officials as of recent, and then again, a lot of focus, as mentioned, into the inflation data due out tomorrow on Thursday, Kevin.
Ben, we got some UK inflation data overnight that was stronger than expected. Is the weaker dollar a factor?
I'm about to be short in Overstock.
The fact that UK,
I hope you don't have that backwards.
ECB, they may have more work to do, and more by I mean higher than us.
Yeah, you're talking about the wages data out of the UK employment figures that came out. The employment numbers are actually a little bit below expectations in terms of jobs added, but to your point here, the wages came in higher than expected, and this has been in line with what we've been seeing and what the Bank of England's been having to deal with, the runaway inflation. They're in between a rock and a hard place, raising rates, putting the pinch on the economy, but anticipation of further actions, as you pointed to, Kevin, is what's got the British pound on the move higher. That's weighing on the U.S. dollar. An interesting dynamic playing out here in terms of currencies that are on the move higher versus the U.S. dollar compared to rates, right? When we talked about a minute ago, rates on the rise, you'd expect to see the dollar, a reflection thereof. But the 10 years back to March levels, the dollar, if it was back to March levels, it'd be up to 106. Look, it's below 102 right now. This is in reaction to the yen, which has been strong. It's up 4 days in a row. And again, getting back to the British pound, I looked at the weekly charts, Kevin, up 5 out of the last 7. And it's been on a tear, basically. In addition to the euro currency, which has firmed up quite a bit. Keep an eye on the Bank of Canada tomorrow. We'll hear from them.
Dude, I love Macy's only up 4%. Contracts are up 70%.
And yeah, a lot of focus here on currencies with the U.S. dollar, that divergence from rates.
Lyft is up 8%. The contracts are only up 30.
Something to be watched.
Given I didn't buy Lyft at the best time.
Thanks, Ben Lichtenstein, for coming on. He's the host of the Future Show, 8 o'clock Eastern on the TD Ameritrade Network. Now, let's go out to Salt Lake City, Utah, and bring in Mr. George Tillis to the show. George is going to talk about our third airline of the day, George, American Airlines. You know, highly scrutinized as probably the worst balance sheet, but boy, this chart still looks pretty well, George, and the lowest PE of the group we're trading today.
Yeah, that's a good point to bring up, Kevin.
Barbecue.
It has the most debt.
Hanging out around VBOP. Good sign.
It's got $32 billion
Building
in debt,
some nice support
about $12 billion
above
in
this
equity. But
breakout.
the thing about it is the company is actually denoted, and they're guiding for paying about half of that down by 2025. It has been down over the last 5 years, more so than the other major peers like United and Delta. I suggest because of that debt. I mean, over the last 5 years, it's down about 48%, where you can actually see companies like, for instance, United and even Delta have been down about 3% and 19% respectively. So it's underperforming those peers. But one of the interesting things about it is it's got a huge turnaround. I mean, if you look at last quarter when they reported earnings, this was back in April, they actually posted about a $429 million operating profit, and that's compared to a $1.4 billion operating loss for the same quarter last year. When they reported earnings as well, adjusted earnings came in around 5 cents. And if you look at what they're expected to report, now this is next week on the 20th of July, they're expecting $1.59 in earnings. I mean, that's a huge improvement relative to last quarter, but at the same time, you compare that $1.59
yep, still in the buying channel
to last year for the same quarter at 76 cents. That's more than double. The other thing is it's really coming off of revenue. They're expected to report revenue about 13.7.
It's hard to practice good risk management when I'm playing with such tiny amounts.
So their earnings are
I just want to hold everything until it's
with only 2%
worthless.
revenue growth. I think that really speaks to operational efficiencies, and I think that's going to demonstrate perhaps some increasing price activity in American, as well as the fact that if you look at the short interest in the stock, it was in the mid-teens last year, and now it's below 10%. So as the stock has been moving higher, it's been inching higher over the last year. Financials have improved, operating metrics have improved, and shorts have slowly been covering their positions, probably expecting a continuation of the price action to the upside because of huge travel demand. But at the same time, operating metrics for American are improving. And just to give you just more, I guess, constructive view of the earnings profile, $1.59 is their expected earnings. And right now, based on last quarter's guidance, $2.84 is the earnings for the full year. So they're expecting to earn more than 60% of their full year this quarter. So that's that could cause the earnings profile to improve as well.
George, got to leave it right there. Thanks for coming on as always. Have a great day. That's George Tillis coming to us live from Salt Lake City, Utah. Now, a different type of trade for this airline, as it's a cheaper stock, but it's also something that can move. You can see the chart. It's moved incredibly during the last few months. So what I did, here's the long Iron Condor. I went out to the August 18th, so I went a little past. Their earnings is July 20th, but I want to give yourself some time here on this trade. For about 98 cents, you can buy the 1921 call vertical in August 18th. You can buy the 1816 put vertical in August 18th with a chance between now and August 18th to double your money. It's only a $2 Iron Condor, as you can see here on the screen. It's paying theta. It's long about 6 deltas, as I've eked it a little bit to the long side, but this is a trade that moves, that goes on movement. You don't have to target one strike. You can simply just play for a large move in either direction, and you've got all the way out till August 18th for that to happen. All right, that's our show for today, everyone. Thank you so much for coming on and tuning in as always. Thanks to Alex Coffey for hanging out with me for a
It's not a teddy. If you look at webcam videos of the NASDAQ bill in the window, is a partial reflection from the display that is up and left.
Investing is coming up next with Alex and Jenny Horn. Have a great day, everybody.
Couple things there, Jess. First, I think it was photoshopped. The picture is not real. Even if it was a reflection from the building you're talking about. We saw pictures from right around the same time, and the blinds were closed. It didn't look anything like that. But regardless of that, even if, yeah, okay, maybe it is a reflection or something, the responses on their Twitter, they confirmed that there's a teddy there. And I don't know if you saw the responses, but Overstock basically confirmed they put that teddy in the picture. All right, see you later, Dink. All right, I'll do my best. Guy's voice doesn't match his face at all. Oh, George Tillis, that guy? Or the older guy? SPY might just be chopping around for a bit now. Maybe I'll try and exit on some downward chop. Neo's chart looks pretty nice. Very nice, actually. Well, wait, hold on. RSI divergence back here. Missed a lot of that move. Oh, Pac West is up 4.5 today. Calls are up 650%. IV's still pretty high. Can do some theta farming on it. Got like a big inverse head and shoulders kind of being built here. I even have a little one in here. Head, shoulder, shoulder. Yeah, looks like the refresh on Windows fixed whatever's going on. My memory's at 41%. CPU's at 33, so higher than the other day, but that's because I have more tabs open now. Not noticing any lags or CPU spikes, I guess.
$4 does imply about 11% from where we're currently trading, and also this KeyBank price target at 550 is well above where we're currently trading and also well above the median. So this would imply some significant
again.
in the next 12 months. Only further.
You know what that's from, right?
Has rallied, I mean, almost 300% off its 52-week low.
Yeah, it seems that analysts are playing leapfrog here. Like, who could be the most optimistic on this name and just throw the biggest numbers out there as possible? Quadruple its revenues.
I'm about to start saying it again for my SPY play.
Massive adjustment for a
Maybe I shouldn't have front run.
for a name like Nvidia. So
didn't wait for confirmation.
When I see it, but this name's done
now it's just a gamble.
But proved doubters wrong and supporters right, it seems, this year alone. Looking ahead, obviously lots of optimism. Same analysts, of course, throw a little shade at AMD, but I see they raised the price target. So how are they going to reconcile that? I heard some negative there, and then I see positive from the same analyst on the name that they.
I did a soft reset. Yes, trades.
Their catapult for Nvidia.
That's what's so interesting to me. So the same analyst, like you said, did also.
I'm always looking for an excuse to upgrade, so I'm like, oh, need a new CPU. But no, I don't want to spend money on anything. So it seemed to have done the trick. I wish I knew kind of what it was though.
Upside with AMD shares trading at just over $110, but they said that.
But it's not a big deal, I guess, if it's fixed.
Associated with delays of their M1300 AI server instability issues with their Ryzen Phoenix could result in some near-term risks to their estimates. They also say that AI server wins give KeyBank this high conviction that AMD could see well over $2 billion in AI revenues in 2024. So perhaps maybe more of a long-term story, but I do find it very interesting the way that the tailwind for Nvidia seems to be then a headwind for AMD. They mentioned this, but still then just see this near-term risk to estimates, which AMD is up still 70% on the year, not seeing the same outperformance as Nvidia, but still up 102% off its low, a name that has been a clear outperformer in the semiconductor space.
Yeah, and despite the messaging and the optimism that it seemed that was kind of around Nvidia, kind of seems like you like AMD a little bit more. A 160 price target for a $110 stock is a near 50% gain. A 550 price target on a $423 stock is only like a 25% gain. So both pretty optimistic, but obviously a little bit higher bar there being set for AMD. Let's shift gears though. Let's talk a little bit about travel. We discussed a lot of these names in some of these different analyst takes on this space on Fast Market. Jenny, we talked particularly about United Airlines at the top of the show. I know Kevin talked about American, which are the two that we're going to discuss here at the end of the program. Talk to me about what we found out today.
Yeah, we're seeing completely inverse moves today in United as well as American, with American up about 0.8%, United down about 0.7%, and American quietly now has crept up, almost performing on par with United on a year-to-date basis. American's up 47% this year, whereas United is up just over 48%. But this note specifically on United from Jefferies, they did raise their price target to $60 a share from $50, kept a hold rating on the stock, and they do see their second quarter results from these airlines pointing to continued demand strength. Now, of the analysts covering this name, 13 buys, 7 holds, 1 underperform, no sells. Average price target at $64 implies about 15% upside. So this analyst with this $60 price target definitely puts them at the higher end of the range of analysts covering United. But United still, ever so slightly, is the best performing airline on a year-to-date basis.
Yeah, and it seems, this is part of our discussion on Fast Market for those who didn't see it, with the co-founder of LikeFlow.com, Andy Swan, regarding the space as a whole. This is more of a sector-wide update from the analyst over at Jefferies, is that it seems the airlines have sort of found what works for them, the recipe for success, at least in this new kind of post-pandemic business operation, which is maybe less flights available, but they're pretty full when they go out, and they keep those prices a little bit more elevated as a result because demand's there. They just kind of been keeping a little bit of a curtail on that available supply. And I think that explains
IP's red on the day now, huh?
A little bit of a hiccup or disruptions or delays or cancellations. It's really impacting people right now. Because it used to be, hey, you get your flight canceled. Maybe there'll be one that's in a couple hours. You try to hop on that one. You get to where you need to get to. A little bit behind schedule, but not too bad. Well, maybe now you get your flight canceled. There might not be another one for a couple days in some markets. So it can be really quite a hurdle. And I think it explains why some of those disruptions have made such headlines when they were Southwest, for example, over the holidays, particularly on a pretty critical time like the holidays. But same analyst also making some calls here on American. I'm imagining the logic's the same here. It sounded like a sector-wide call.
It is. The logic is pretty much almost exactly the same.
Head and shoulders there, huh?
American Airlines, unlike United, did hit a new 52-week high earlier in today's session, actually seeing a nice day. And they did raise their price target to $20 from $15 at Jefferies, also kept a hold rating. But what is so different to me about American in terms of what analysts think overall is that we only see 4 buys. There's 15 holds, 2 underperforms. So this name skews definitely more neutral than United. So analysts less optimistic, and the average price target at just $17 a share actually implies downside from where we're trading just below around $19 a share. So when we do see that nice run up, like I said, 47% this year, up over 60% off its low, we also are seeing the fact that analysts see less runway for growth for now the next 12 months for American, which is very interesting given the overall, I'd say, enthusiasm over travel and corporate travel and international travel.
CTY?
It doesn't seem like analysts see much room for
the 9 limited?
to see this upside.
Yeah, no doubt. It's super interesting, too. I thought that the hold rating for both the names, even though these seems like pretty optimistic calls, no one did, at least in the analysts,
need to settle down before getting an entry on that.
It burns too many of them for too long. It just
they rejected that resistance up here, too.
Very difficult for bullish investors over time. So we'll see how that all shapes up. But, Jenny, as we try to narrow this down, there's really no wrong answer.
How are you seeing 7 as a moving average?
You'll have semiconductors, you'll have airlines. Admittedly, I did spend a lot of time the last hour talking about airlines, so I was leaning towards
80
semiconductors
cents.
Just to kind of freshen it up. But I think
if it bounces on that could be good.
And an interest standpoint,
I like that.
At least AMD and NVIDIA.
I mean, it is your birthday, so I'm probably gonna like any plays you say.
If you add those two together today, I mean, you're under. It seems like if you're looking at United and American combined under 20 million. So one of these names between AMD and NVIDIA is more popular than the other two combined.
I mean, I think that's a fantastic point. I think that's the most important point. Also, United and American do report next week. United reports next Wednesday, and then American reports next Thursday. So I'm sure we will be discussing these later on in the week as they are that next major catalyst in terms of their earnings event. So we'll be diving more into the technicals as well as some example trades in the semiconductors today. We'll be looking at the outperformance we've seen in both NVIDIA as well as AMD. Stick around to Next Gen Investing. We'll be right back.
Okay, Jenny. I'm not seeing the 200-day around 7. What time frame? Oh, you're talking about weekly, maybe? Oh, weekly, okay. Word. Yeah, you're looking long time frame. There's a SPY come down a bit. I need to take some profit so I can roll this short call. Free up some buying power. I only have one more roll I can do on it. On Generac. The short call ends this Friday, and my long expires next Friday. Jenai looks like the ocean.
Change the math now because they're just too powerful.
I know. I think that anytime you see a name that is like, it's like 7% of the NASDAQ 100 in terms of its overall weight, that's up almost 200% on the year. It does make sense why we're seeing this NASDAQ rebalancing, which will take effect before the market opens on Monday. So it's going to be really interesting stock to watch. If you were long NVIDIA, I'm sure you're thrilled. If you've
Give me up 2%, but coming down some
because it has just been a
with
SPY.
SPY.
So here to tell us now more on the technicals and some of this outside performance.
It knows.
I'd like to welcome in our chart
It
master,
knows.
Rick. Walk us through NVIDIA because technically
Knowing the money for you.
It's been very difficult to pinpoint where this name will find support and resistance because it just feels like it has been a straight shot up. Of course it hasn't, but relatively speaking.
Yeah, that's a great observation that when something is making such strong new highs, how do you
I didn't wait for confirmation. It's a gamble.
Kind of the central question of this
So
name is, are we going to see
I'm not worthy of it. I don't
or some kind of reversion to the mean.
Don't deserve to have it.
Things are slowing down a little bit here. We're seeing that the things were looking pretty good even before we had a 24% one-day earnings jump, but we can see now that things are starting to compress a little bit. We haven't made new highs for a little bit, and we have mostly been contained for the past few weeks between about 406 and 440. We've held on to these high prices, though. You can see we formed two distinct volume nodes above where we had that gap form. We had one around 390 and one around 428, which suggests price acceptance at these elevated levels. However, our moving average, our yellow 21-day exponential moving average, is starting to get noticeably less steep. And we're also failing to stay above the +1 standard deviation channel. And this is one of those ways that you can try to assess where you might find resistance when something is making new highs and there isn't any previous price action to go on. We have our blue line, which is our linear regression line, our line of best fit based on closing prices. Then we extrapolate standard deviations above and below, +1, +2, -1, -2, etc. So you can see that we struggled a little bit with getting above that +1 standard deviation channel, that light yellow line near where current prices are. And that line comes in currently around 437. So that's a mark to beat to the upside. We've also got our old highs near that point as well, near 440. So we have a bit of a ways to go before we reach those areas once again here. And also look at the RSI. Look at our measure of momentum down there at the bottom of the screen. We can see that momentum has been trending downward since we hit those.
Who waits for confirmation?
And we
Suckers.
crossed out of the overbought.
I front run everybody.
And we're still, trending downward, like I said. So the question is this just slowing momentum in an uptrend, or is this the
Al, how much are you down on your
reversion?
Zoom play?
To the upside, like I said, 437 to 440 is the point to watch, and beyond that would be our +2 standard deviation channel, which comes in right around the 525 mark. To the downside, we've got our trend line, our short-term trend line, our yellow 21-day EMA coming in around 411, and then our old low close at about 406.
Yeah, and Rick, I think that it's important to note just that outside strength we've seen and sort of finding a way to then be sort of, I'd say, risk defined, obviously, but also protected from outside gains to the upside, but then also the fact that we could see things falter from here. So now, when looking at trading this name, Alex, considering we are about 4% off of all-time highs in this name, so we have faltered a little bit, but this name moves with conviction. Like you said, the amount of volume in NVIDIA every single day is so noteworthy. But say taking on a more
28%
approach, looking to be a little bit more neutral to bearish in this name, walk us through your thoughts.
Oh, you're just playing. I thought you had options on it.
That way, but I would argue this is more omnidirectional. The best case scenarios to the upside, but there's risk to the upside.
You had shares at 65. How are you up 28%?
What we're looking at is a broken wing butterfly to the upside, and the call side is skewed.
28% on your options.
If you will, in which we're buying a $5 wide call vertical, and we're selling a $10 wide call vertical, converging at that 455 call.
You're positive on your shares and plus 20% on your options.
Because remember, NVIDIA later in the earnings.
You got your options before me, I think.
If done for a $1 credit,
for a better price.
Break even is 461, so it's going to be a new all-time high. It's almost a 10% rally above current share prices, and it does have risk definition, as you talked about the importance of that in $400. But if we look at the risk profile, I think it's paramount with this type of a strategy is it does a really great job of illustrating how this one theoretically performs at expiration and kind of where it outperforms and
combine. Oh, I see.
Be potentially profitable for an investor, more so than I can even explain it. And so, best way you can look at this is while all these options are
most of that's options. So I'm assuming you can't be up that much on shares.
Not guaranteed, but assumption, typical. You'd expect these options to expire if they're.
Generac doing good. Did you ever get back into Generac? The retest of the breakout. That was the spot right there.
Wouldn't be beneficial for them. So if you kind of operate under that.
This day or this day, if you wanted more confirmation of it. This was just a sell-off into it, but.
If it's below 450, keep that credit received, not accounting for the transaction fees. However, if we pull that risk profile back up there, you look at that area.
We suck again.
And 460 is where things get a lot more interesting, particularly around 455.
Did not add to it, huh?
You see the max profit. That's where both
just
sides
bitter you didn't hold on longer.
Working,
can't make money on it now.
As opposed to one of them working against.
I get it.
That $5 debit spread works towards $5. That $10 wide credit spread works towards $0. That is your best case scenario. You keep the credit and that debit spread is worth $5. That's a $600 theoretical max profit. That's also why you see that break even kicked all the way up to 461. And then, of course, if it does overshoot all of these and they're all in the money, through 465, you would have $400 in theoretical risk, not accounting for transaction fees. That's if those options went through assignment and exercise and offset each other. So I think that explains why, Jenny, it's a neutral to bearish strategy because there's no downside price that hurts this trade. You just simply keep the credit in that case. But it's omnidirectional because it's very clear the best price at expiration is 455. Well, and that's, you know, $35 higher than where we're at right now. So it benefits from a little bit more upside potentially, but it's done for a credit and it takes risk to the upside, so it's still neutral to bearish.
And I think it really shows how outsized the price target we got out of KeyBank today is at $550 a share.
Got another little head and shoulders here.
Above that, which I guess it's 12 months out, but just seems at this point a little bit ridiculous to me. But obviously, Nvidia has proven a lot of the doubters wrong. But now to shift gears,
the trend is starting to slow. This uptrend, as you saw, kind of broke here.
Demand is coming for all things data center and AI and all of these companies' cloud exposure. So they do still see some upside.
Oh, it's starting to weaken.
Rick, but this name is down about 3% on
If you get a big inverse cup.
Yeah, not as good of a ride here for AMD, though it's been quite notable to the upside as well. We can see that since our last earnings event, price hit new yearly highs just below 133. However, the current trend is looking a little bit more downward here. We filled the gap, and then since then we've spent a lot of time in between the gap area between about roughly 108 to 116, let's say. And we can see that.
Yeah, I like their segment on it today. That got me super bullish. I never hear about Generac on here. There's like 180s coming. Like, yes.
However, you know, like I said,
gotta roll my shorts up. But yeah, it's not wrong. Close to 200 for the next resistance. It broke out of there. It found it a support. Got gaps to fill. Volumes picked up.
Our 63-day EMA in orange and our
Never too late.
EMA in purple. Those are still trending upwards here. However, we can
until it is.
we would want to get some kind of break.
And coming into hurricane season, come on.
That's what ideally what they'd want to see right now, and that's not really happening today. Looking at momentum, our
lines coming down, finally green on those contracts.
That separates bullish momentum from bearish momentum, and we're reverting
on
back
those
to the downside
gambles.
after a brief peak above when we hit our recent relative highs around that 116 level. So that's not a great sign in general. It's also not a great sign when you're failing at resistance in the form of our trend line and our yellow 21-day EMA. So momentum is falling and we're failing at resistance, and we've already kind of retreated a bit from those yearly highs. That doesn't paint a great picture here. So the obvious price levels to watch in the short term are the points of this gap. So first of all, the 108 level, that green dashed line to the downside of price, that's roughly in confluence with our orange 63-day EMA, which comes in at about 107.30. So though that's some extra weight around that area, look for that to be a potential foothold for price here. To the upside, if we do break through the confluence of our trend line and our yellow 21-day EMA around 114, that 116 level to the upside is the point to watch for either some resistance or another leg upward.
Yeah, and Rick, I think that's a really great breakdown. And I think it's important to know, well, both of these names have seen strength. I mean, they're incomparable now on a year-to-date basis, but AMD is still up 70% this year. It's just finding these new technical levels to watch, frankly, with the outperformance we've seen in the semiconductor space. But appreciate all the insight, as always, Rick Ducat, our chart master. So now when trading this name, Alex, considering the fact that we haven't seen the same 200% run up year to date, walk us through then a more neutral to bullish leaning strategy, just looking to lean into some of the, I can't say underperformance, but just not the same enthusiasm we've seen with Nvidia.
Underperformance today, though, I think is safe to say, with the stock down 3%. Obviously, optimism, despite the maybe not so optimistic short-term take from KeyBank on this one. Still, obviously, that 160 price target, looking for serious upside in this name. And a lot simpler trade, so not as much fun to go through as the one that we looked at Nvidia, but still an interesting one here nonetheless. Looking at selling a put vertical below the market. Going out to that same expiration, the August 18th monthly cycle. In this one, we're just simply selling the 100 put, buying the 95. Nothing fancy to it. Big round number, break even at 99.
Okay, I close those.
$100, that's the max profit. Risks $400, that's the max loss. Straightforward risk profile, elongated Z, in which we start in that max profitability zone. So the beauty of that is you don't need anything to actually happen other than time to pass. And so very different than a traditional stock investment where, of course, you buy equity shares at a price, and in order for those to turn a profit, well, the stock needs to go higher so that you can sell them at a higher price. In this case, this type of strategy actually doesn't need that to happen. In fact, it gives it a little bit of cushion. Stock currently is trading at 110, almost on the nose. Well, it can almost decline 10% over the next month and still be in its max profitability zone. As long as it stays above 100, an investor would hope to capture that credit.
I don't really watch party or any Q plays closely, but let's take a look. I mean, I have them on my watch list, so when they're up like 100% or whatever, I see it. Yeah, you've actually got some. You got some chart structure setting up there, and volume on party.
Today at 110 is the stock share at 110 needs the stock to go higher to be successful. This thing allows for the stock to actually go down and still be not only
kind of interesting,
but max profit.
And of course, risk define, like you mentioned here, because
how liquid is this thing now?
Some degree of exposure to some of these China geopolitical hybrid risks, which I do think is another important part of this conversation.
1125, 1138.
Strength this year, but also important to keep in mind for both of our example trades today, they do contain multiple legs that can lead to higher transaction fees. Short options can be assigned at any time, and carrying option positions into expiration can add risk like unanticipated exercise or assignment. Now, coming up next, it's time for FOMO. So we are looking at all things Uber Technologies.
Hasn't had a trade since 110.
Today, we'll discuss some of that name's outperformance coming up next.
This would be hard to get in out of, I bet. There's just a ton of slippage on it. Yeah, Daniel, your plays today are amazing. I don't know where you've schooled and what side of the bed you woke up on, but truly a wizard and a genius today.
does appear that we are actually seeing Microsoft potentially coming to a deal with the UK government as well, which could also fast track this particular deal. And CNBC's David Faber is also reporting that Microsoft has offered to make small divestiture to make the deal go through, or basically offering to be able to divest a portion of the Activision deal, or potentially a portion of Microsoft's business. We don't know yet, but a portion of a business to be able to get this deal to go through. That has not been confirmed yet, but David Faber is also saying that this deal could potentially be closed by as early as Monday of next week. So there's a lot happening right now. We just have to see if the FTC is going to appeal. If they do not appeal, then we could see some activity here occurring towards the start or maybe the middle of next week. And we are seeing gaming stocks also move to the upside. We have Electronic Arts as well as Roblox, both up on the session today, as well as they could be potential targets here in the future for maybe a deal or maybe a merger type of situation that could occur in the near future here. So that's what we are seeing at this point in time. A lot of data, a lot of information is coming through on a hour by hour basis. So definitely keep you updated.
Yeah, and Kevin, I think it's very critical that you mentioned this is just one of the roadblocks, because additionally, the two companies must also, address that opposition we've gotten from the Competitive and Markets Authority, the CMA in UK, and find a resolution there. So there are a lot of, I'd say, things that need to fall into place for then this to go through. So it's optimistic to me that this could potentially be happening as soon as next Monday. I'm curious your thoughts, because this is just one regulating body. As we've discussed this story for the last several months, I mean, we know there are others that are majorly involved.
Yeah, so I think this is probably the closest that the company has actually gotten to this acquisition. And the reason why I'm saying that right now, last time that I checked, Activision was trading at around $91 and $92 a share. The takeout target's around $95 a share, if I'm not mistaken. So this is the highest that it's traded since the announcement of this deal. So the market is upping its probability that this deal will go through. And this kind of reminds me of the Twitter situation that we saw when Elon Musk was actually buying out Twitter. We also saw the options market pretty much locked up when it comes to trying to trade or trying to find any type of opportunity, meaning the spreads are pretty wide. And if you're trying to get any type of call spread, especially for next week, the cost of that to the benefit, if you will, it's pretty much almost zero at this point in time. So that's also an indication that the market is preparing for this deal to potentially go through by next week, as those market makers are now inflating the premiums in the option market to make it virtually impossible to try to pull off any type of arbitrage trade.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. I think I'm finally excited to get some clarity on this, because it's just been this back and forth now for like the better part of the last year. So hopefully this goes through. I'm definitely on the side of this acquisition passing in, so we can stop discussing all these regulatory bodies across the world. We'll leave it there. Appreciate the insight. As always, Kevin Green, Senior Markets Correspondent for the network. Now I'd like to bring back in Alex, and it's time for FOMO. So we are looking at all things Uber, which is seeing a nice move higher today. Actually, I was also looking at Lyft, which I would say is its closest competitor in publicly traded markets. Lyft is also up about 8%. Lyft has risen over 25% just over the last several trading sessions. So that's been interesting to see. But Uber, the clear winner of the two, it's up over 75% on the year, and it's risen over 35% just in the last 3 months.
Yeah, you say all things.
Talk more about Lyft.
That Evercore ISI likes Uber above all things, is what I gathered from this, Jenny. It seems like this is the primary reason for the excitement today. Talk to me about
upside on Lyft is way better, I think.
Yeah,
What's on the chart? Look at that.
Saying they prefer Uber over Meta platforms. Interesting call, but nonetheless, Evercore ISI did add Uber to their top outperform list, and they shuffled some of their top internet names, including Uber now replacing Meta as the analyst's #1 long pick among the group. I mean, that is a pretty bullish headline, I'd say. The firm did say Uber has one of the strongest top-line growth outlooks among the companies that they cover, and faces a series of potential value catalysts. The analysts believe that a material re-rating can occur in terms of market share gains and their confidence in Uber's $4 billion plus 2024 free cash flow outlook. Evercore does have an outperform rating on Uber's shares and a $75 price target.
A lot of head and shoulders here.
Which would imply, some serious upside from where we're currently trading, just around $44 a share. So Uber, like I said, really strong year. Also still really strong over the last 12 months, up over 100% on that time frame, and up still even this month. But more notably than that, they saw a really solid May, a really solid June, and they're down only about 4% from their 52-week high. So Uber, when you look at them compared to Lyft, it's sort of like what is going on possibly with Lyft. Although I will say that from a user experience, Lyft has done something recently. They must be like just heavily discounting, because Lyft has been so much cheaper lately. I know you're an Uber loyalty guy, so you don't typically use Lyft, but Lyft is trying to get back some of these customers.
Like Lyft's always been cheaper.
Prices have been just so consistently lower. It's sort of amazing to see in real time.
Look, I'm someone who's never on time. I think it's just like a fatal flaw of mine.
Me
like
too,
I'll
okay.
plan it, and it comes down to the wire always. So Uber just seems to have more cars available, and they just get there a little bit faster. I'm willing to pay a premium for that because I need to. Not because
That's
I
true.
want to, not because I don't want the deal, but because I quite literally am late, so I need to get there faster, and that's why I got an Uber to begin with usually. So that's usually where I'm at when it comes to this stuff. But obviously the business model of trying to diversify beyond just ride sharing has paid tremendous for Uber. But the thing that I always kind of come back
BTAI still going. It's up 11. This chart did look nice.
This is essentially where it became a publicly traded company. When listed, it was around, I want to say it was 45, but it was in that 42.5 to 45 range. So, give or take a dollar here, a dollar there. This is it. I remember being on Fast Market, and Kevin and I were literally watching this thing as it made its first trades on the public market, jumping around in this level. And it's ventured away to the upside with a high of 64, and it's been down to as low as 13. But it came back just to basically go full circle here. So I know that we're in FOMO, and the recent excitement from Evercore leads this to be kind of a FOMO to the upside. But I think investors might have more of a fool me once, fool me twice kind of a thing when it comes to Uber, because this thing just can't get its legs under it as it starts getting up to these prices.
Yeah, and I think that's another critical thing, is this company has had a bumpy road to this path to profitability. I mean, Uber, we've always discussed the way their business model lacks some serious sense. It did also get news today that their CFO is departing, which marks a pretty significant shift in their leadership since, of course, that IPO that you mentioned, Alex. I mean, under his tenure, Uber made pretty significant acquisitions, including the $2.6 billion purchase of Postmates back in 2020, as well as Transplace's $2.2 billion acquisition the following year, helping Uber then diversify beyond ride sharing, which is why this name, I think, has seen the degree of outperformance it has over Lyft, which is more of that pure play into ride sharing. Now, we do know that this name has been, I'd say its revenue has been growing. We've seen also some weakness in its overall freight business, but they've been able to diversify quite well. And it's been a bumpy ride to get there. But another thing that I think is important to note is that Moody's actually did recently upgrade Uber's credit rating, given the fact that it has seen more significant profitability and cash flow. So perhaps Uber showing more signs of a mature company. I know it's sort of ironic to say that, given the fact that it's up 70% on the year. Still definitely a growth play, but the fact that they have been more consistent with their earnings events, if you've been following Uber's financials, that's definitely been the case. They've been a clear outperformer in terms of their post-earnings reactions in the last several quarters. So that is definitely good to see. This name was pummeled by the pandemic, but then
GME below BWAP now. Coming down some, only up 1.5.
You can sort of work in harmony for all things that are positive for Uber, frankly.
Yeah, if you remember our conversation with George Tillis yesterday, we were talking DraftKings, and he talked about that move from being not profitable to profitable is sort of that sweet spot that he sees oftentimes with these names. So if Uber is kind of in that sweet spot right now, potentially that's explanatory for some of the upside that we've seen, and maybe a reason for continuation.
Everyone believes barbecue's worth 30 cents.
This year. Looked at an example trade here.
What do you museum? Have fun.
Which we would look for a little bit of upside, but unfortunately, we sent this in a little bit earlier today because I was on Fast Market, and the stocks moved. Who would have thought that could happen in a publicly traded market? Things move around here a little bit, so we'll just go with it on the fly. Imagine the stock was still trading around 43.5 as it was. It's closer to about 44.5 now, so shift everything up $1 and you'll get kind of similar pricing to what we have here on the screen. But I looked at buying a July monthly call vertical here, the 42.5, 44.5 call vertical. Granted, again, stock was about 43.5 at the time. And what do we always look at when we talk about these buying of debit spreads, Jenny, are sort of our loose guidelines of it being about half the width of the strikes is what we spend, so equal risk to reward. and the break even near the current share price. So in this case, that was the case at the time. $100 in risk to make $100 with the break even near the current share price. So if you just sort of visualize this risk profile with that in mind, kind of bear in mind that the current price of the stock is typically around that white arrow on the screen there. That represents the break even. And then it's also, of course, looking for upside to be profitable, downside being the risk on this one, equal risk to reward. We talk about that all the time too, Jenny, on these sort of situations where you want to be directional. Stocks that they're going to go higher, it's going to go lower. And so kind of keeping that risk and reward in line can be beneficial, as those are the two outcomes. But it doesn't need a huge move, and quite frankly, it made the move in an hour. This would already be in that max profitability zone if a trader looked at this at the time that I did before fast market. So it doesn't always work that way, but it did this way, did today.
I know, I was going to say, we're continuing to see some outsized strength. Just an hour ago, it was up 2%. So seeing a nice move higher today in Uber. And also, of course, I have to give a shout out to Lyft, which is up now over 8% on the session. But that'll do it for our FOMO segment today. Now, coming up next, we'll look at another name that is seeing a really nice day. That is Zillow. It's up over 9% after getting an upgrade and also seeing more than double its historical trading volume today. So we'll discuss that more with Anita Young coming up next.
Yeah, GME's coming down a little bit. Dropping water? Oh, you were saying I love you to Jenny. So rude. What about me? Barbecue coming down there a little bit. CP Live? I don't know. Spies in this cup and handle still, so I think it wants to retest the highs here, the 444 range. But even if it's good, could be a sell the news thing. On the daily, there is an RSI divergence there. That's bearish. MACD's bearish. It literally is just putting the market right in the middle, right between the moves before CPI, so it can make its move. I don't try and guess it. be trading during it though. Or just drop it in the quarter. You think it's that direct? I don't think so. I think that the market's so detached from that kind of stuff.
ZG, they got walloped. They're down like 75% off the highs. They were over 200 bucks in both cases, and both around 50 now. So optimism's got to be framed in kind of this new world that we're in for Zillow, as they were shocked by the rate environment changing rapidly. But as you said, Piper Sandler just moving to 62 here, Renita. We're not looking for new all-time highs anytime soon in this stock. But any final thoughts before we say goodbye?
I think that much like home prices are normalizing and folks are looking at a new normal, this stock may be looking at a new normal.
Highs coming down a little bit. Back to VWAP. Barbecue's also coming down. 29.05. It's up 4% still. Is this the level? No. 28.65. I'd like to see it hold somewhere around there. Find support on that other shoulder.
I'm sure we've discussed and you are very aware, but we'll leave it there. Appreciate all of the thoughts as always. Renita Young, Senior Markets Correspondent for the network. Coming up next, we will talk our under 30 name of the day. That is Toast. That is a great
Toast.
T-O-S-T, and it's also a great logo. We'll discuss that name more with George Tillis. Also seeing some strength today, up just shy of 2%.
Mullen coming down a little bit.
Software as a service, cloud-based company when it comes to, of course, the restaurant business. I think if you look at Jeffrey's call, they're actually seeing some meaningful adjustments both in earnings profile for the business, but at the same time, the company's been growing pretty tremendously. If you look at last quarter, when the company reported, because you have to consider again, just going back a couple moments here, that the stock was trading when it IPO'd back in late 2021 around $65. Things are starting to look constructive. Now, going forward to, of course, last quarter, they did report an adjusted loss of 16 cents. They beat the estimates, but if you look at the total sales growth at 836 million, it was up 53% year over year. The company denoted 5,500 new installations of their software, but at the same time, their revenues grew much more so than the new installations at 40% higher. So this gives you an idea that if total sales are growing faster than the new installation growth, in this case 53% versus 40%, that tells you that people who are utilizing the software, companies that are utilizing the software, are paying that monthly subscription revenues to Toast. At the same time, gross payment volume increased by close to 40% as well. So they seem to be getting traction. They've got 85,000 total installed units in various service-based industries nationwide, and they got some growth potential going forward, considering again that the company is still losing money, but the estimates for the next 4 quarters are 25 cents of a loss. Now, they lost 16 cents last quarter, which is the majority of the full year's expected loss, but they are expected to show a break-even quarter by Q4 of this year. So it's a situation where the profitability profile of this business is improving significantly along with top-line sales growth that are plus 50%.
These companies are always tough, George, because they're not reinventing the wheel here, right? It's point-of-sale software has been around for a long, long time. Even companies like Square have sort of revolutionized it, and with the sleek kind of point-of-sale checkout things that you'll see at places now. But the way you break into an industry, and another name that we've seen kind of do this is Chewy in Amazon's world, is you hyper specialize and you just do a small part of the market better than the bigger company can because they're just focused on too much. Yeah. We've seen Chewy do that very effectively versus Amazon, but it's not cheap to do, and it seems that Toast is catching that momentum and is really taking sort of that restaurant world by storm. But I can't imagine, they're doing a better job at something.
Barbecue little bounce there. That 29-cent level. That is neat.
Distinct how everything's set up to really benefit restaurants, but it sounds like it's starting to work. And so they went that specialized route. They got a smaller market to target, but they're going to try to dominate that market.
They are. I mean, so there are various things that could be going for the business. One, their technology could be superior. I think that's maybe one of the reasons why people or businesses are, again, less reluctant to try it. The popularity is growing. It's becoming more ubiquitous across multiple different industries, including hotel industry as well. That's another breakthrough industry for the business. The other thing is when businesses, and let's call it a restaurant now, adopts this kind of technology, there's also the element of saying, hey, we started using this and it's going to be costly for us to switch. So when you create high switching costs, that sort of locks in the customer as well. I think that's what the business has going for it. I think its growth rate is very, very promising, especially when you consider 50+% sales growth. And the company's getting closer to consistent adjusted profitability. And that's very meaningful from a price standpoint. And if that's the case, with gross margins improving by nearly double on a year-over-year basis, there's less risk of dilution. It needs to, of course, recapitalize the business using equity. So maybe a situation, we're looking at the stock at around maybe $25. If it breaks back above that, perhaps on the next earnings report, that could signify a major trend reversal because, again, we talk about this quite often, that the companies that are close to break even and do break that threshold are the ones that provide some promising news.
Yeah, and George, I've read that this is like a game changer for some of these smaller business, smaller restaurant operators, that this is really a great software to use, and it's loved by those that right now have contracts with Joe. So that's also a huge benefit. The fact that people that are using it do like it. So that obviously helps. And of course, that shortened path to profitability, another huge thing to consider. But we will leave it there, George. Great breakdown on Toast today. Really interesting name and interesting space that it operates in, this financial restaurant space per se. But that'll do it for Alex and myself for Next Gen Investing. Coming up next, we have the watch list with Caroline Woods hosting today.
SPY moving up a little bit. Allergic to VWAP? I don't know. What's it doing? Only down 0.95. Holding up nicely from yesterday's rip. Very strong. Setting up a bull flag here. There's a little hourly head and shoulders though. We might have some pullback the next couple days. So looking for support on this breakout. Could be higher though. I mean, you have a lot of liquidity back here, so a lot of volume, a lot of trades. It's 2:30 is the hearing. I've got it queued up here. For 40? Are you trying to sell at 40 or? Got an inverse head and shoulders here at 2 on SPY. See if that one plays out with a head, shoulder. Make another shoulder over here. Wick down to VWAP only. Not a greedy man. What are these options? Rallying up a little bit. Off at 40. That would be sick, passing cloud. You just see him sitting there in one of the pews. Might be a good idea to go long on these TRUP contracts. We're selling puts on it, but yeah, these calls definitely moved on TRUP. Threads public. It's Meta, right? Isn't that Facebook? Oh, you mean like public? Can you use it? Yeah, I think so. They have like 100 million people on there already. UPS on delivery strike. Delivery strike coming up. UPS definitely ripping. Looks bullish. Is that a bullish? Is that a bullish catalyst? The stock looks bullish. Nice gap up there too.
Down from 4%
All for you,
to
lords.
3.1%. Caroline, that's the consensus. Now that's a big drop because last June, a year ago, a 1.2 inflation reading is coming off that 12-month measurement. And so that number, that's what's going to bring that number down significantly. Now, here's where things get interesting. The core that's expected to go from 5.3% to 5%. That's where some of the whispers are coming in on a weak number. They think it might go lower than that. Why? Because if you look at the tables of the CPI the last 2 months, used car prices have come in up 4.4% 2 months in a row, Caroline. The rumors are, or the whispers, or that number's going to break significantly lower. If that does, that could affect core a little better than it did before. So that's what we're watching for. Watch for see if the core comes down as much as the headline year over year, and watch used car prices that have been up strong 2 straight months, Caroline.
Okay. All right. In terms of some of the stocks moving in the market today, Activision.
Yeah, Threads. That's Meta's new new thing, isn't it?
This is the acquisition that we've been waiting forever for, and here in the U.S., it seems like maybe
yeah, I should be investing in Meta.
For this Microsoft acquisition to actually happen. Fill us in.
Slowly but surely, Microsoft is starting to win over. Remember, the FTC filed a motion, and it was thrown out by a judge.
Yeah, we'll stream the hearing, Jerry.
Allows Microsoft to go forward with some of this deal.
You can come troll us.
It's the U.S. where this ruling was, but Activision, you see it up $8.90 trade. It's up about 10.7%. So good.
We know how you love to hear about bankruptcy hearings about stocks you have no positions in.
That, you know, their ability to offer this out to the masses, they're not going to restrict access to some of these video games. They're starting to win over not only, well, they didn't really win over the regulators, but they're starting to prove their case. Let's put it that way. And if this deal goes through, it sets the case for Microsoft to basically take over the gaming industry.
Yeah, they still have the UK and Europe to deal with, but I will say, I'm pretty sure, I know it's a $69 billion deal. I'm trying to remember the per share price, but I feel like this is the first time we've seen Activision trade close to that share price.
I think the deal is $95, Caroline, and so we're getting up close to there. I mean, it'll never trade right up to $95 because there's always risk premium involved and time involved. But yeah, you're right. This is the highest it's traded since the deal was mentioned. So yeah, really good news for Activist shareholders. If you remember, Caroline, I believe Warren Buffett.
Someone stole your ionizers? Are you kidding me?
And was waiting for this deal. He had faith.
Oh my gosh.
That they'd win out over time. So Berkshire Hathaway probably having a really good day today with Activision stock up 10 points.
Swamp coolers? Yeah, those work actually really well in a big space.
$95 a share. Yes. Confirmed it.
Pretty economical too. Just doesn't make a whole lot of sense in a humid climate, but I guess it's probably kind of dry where you are, right?
Picture with Ed Siddell, CEO and Chief Investment Officer of EGSI Financial. Ed, thanks so much for joining us. Great to have you on the show.
Thanks for having me.
So I was just taking a look at your notes, and you say we're at a tipping point now. What do you mean, and where are we tipping into?
Yeah, well, you know what?
I don't see 900% dilution.
They've really been driving this market, you know, ahead of most institutional investors like myself.
I don't think they've diluted 900%.
The stocks that have really performed this year, it's been very narrow, but it's starting to broaden. And, you know, they're starting to...
Bryish, yeah, steals chlorine.
You know, gas prices
Mexican, man.
at the pump are starting to come down. And we're at the tipping point because...
You got to clean with something.
What the Feds do. You know, are they going to raise rates tomorrow? You know, we just heard, you know, the whispers on the street, which is why the markets are performing yesterday and today, is that it looks like inflation, we're going to have better numbers than what were anticipated. But if the Feds raise rates now and again at the next meeting, that could create enough downward pressure and continue to tighten credit markets that could stifle the economy and you know, and also cause the markets to struggle a little bit.
So the market's all but certain, it seems like, that the Fed is going to tighten at the end of this month. But then obviously the question is what happens come September. Do you think that the Fed will tighten again? They say that there's 2 more. You know, but the market doesn't seem to want to actually price that in yet. So what happens if the Fed comes out at the end of July and sounds still pretty hawkish that there's more work to be done? What happens to this market then?
you know what? Investors, I don't think they care that much. I mean, we continue to see that all year long. I mean, if you look at the fundamentals, I mean, if you had told me back in January,
Oh, you're saying from when RC sold, there was 80 million?
I would have told you you'd be crazy.
That's
because
cool.
fundamentally,
I guess I'm not.
the numbers
I
just
didn't
don't make sense.
know the float back then. There's probably a lot more dilution if you look back at since the IPO'd in the 90s.
And I think the retail investors, they're going to continue to drive this market, throughout the rest of the year.
Actually, no, they had a lot of share buybacks too. So.
So does the market move higher then from here, and how much higher, and what leads the way? Because as you said,
And 739 million shares. I don't know if that's the case or not. You're just talking about what you see on a brokerage.
That's right.
Potentially that is the float.
There's a lot of sectors that I like that have
And if you're counting it from when there was the least amount of shares,
even energy right now.
and you think that's the right float, then yeah, that would be close to 900%. Depends on when you start and when you end, and if you think that this is the right amount. Buys come down there.
Consumer staples, we're getting ready to head into the school season and back to school shopping. And I think that that's going to have a big positive impact on retail. So there's a lot of things that are giving us good news. But again, some of the negatives that kind of give me a little pause for concern are student loans. The U.S. Supreme Court said that people have to start paying their loans back starting this October, and they haven't been those payments haven't been made for over a couple years. So we have to go into this very cautious with our eyes wide open and see how that plays out in October and November. But I do think the year is going to wind up positive.
The earnings season should hopefully give us some more insight into the consumer, because we definitely are getting some mixed signals on that front. How confident are you that the consumer can continue to prop up this economy, though, and keep spending?
GME keeps selling off, actually. Kind of interesting how it diverged so much from SPY today. It had that strength in the morning when SPY didn't. Now it's been very weak when SPY hasn't been. Below VWAP, only up 0.5%. See if it holds its green today even. Still looks good. I'm thinking it might be holding this more aggressive trend though. Yesterday's engulfing candle, a pretty solid bounce on that. But we're still kind of in this head and shoulders.
Even as we redeploy capital back into the markets, again, we're being very cautious and looking at all the data, because the trends and the momentum are saying one thing, but the fundamentals and the data are saying something else. So I don't know if the consumer can.
I'm not invested with it for anything specific, just to make money.
A lot of it's really going to depend on the outcome of October.
When I've been invested in it,
start paying back those student loans.
I like to buy things that go up, and then I like to sell them.
About $100 or $150. Some of these payments are, $300, $500, $1,000 a month. So that's pretty significant.
Not here.
So that's going to have a huge impact on consumer spending.
Some kind of group effort. Not emotionally attached to barbecue.
Especially when they haven't had to pay them in 3 years or more. So what does
I don't care if Ryan Cohen is involved necessarily. I just care if that price goes up when I can sell it. So when it does, I do.
Keeping cash on the sidelines and adding on a pullback. Are you comfortable putting money to work right now? What are you doing right now?
Yeah, so we do. We've redeployed capital over the last several months. We still have a lot in short-term treasuries, which are paying 5%. And we're again, as the Feds can come out with their news, we'll continue to redeploy capital. But again, our base, it's that middle class millionaire, that drive a 10-year-old car, and they're good stewards of their money. So we want to make sure that we're good stewards as well. So again, we're really looking at those sectors that have been hit very hard, that have a really good chance for a rebound. When you start looking at a lot of these stocks that have really done well this year and performed, they're 100,
Finger up 25% now.
Earnings, which means, that's 100, 150 years that, you're looking at, before you break even. So those are the plays that we're staying away from. We're looking at being very, very conservative. I like precious metals to hedge against inflation in the US dollar, because we continue to spend. But again, I think going forward, we'll continue to redeploy on a very slow basis and look at the outcome and again, look at December, October and November.
All right, we have to leave it there. Ed Siddell, EGS.
Funeral expense is going to be paid. You can leave all your children.
Earnings season is almost here. We're taking a closer look at what to expect, starting with the big three banks reporting on Friday.
Buys coming down here.
Options market trends from the
That
first
VWAP.
half of the year and what can tell us about the rest of 2020.
Quite a bit of chop today. I'm happy I got out of those dailies for even for minimal profits. Just this kind of chop will just kill you if you're long on options. Good day to sell that theta. Credit spreads.
Stay with us. We'll be right back after this quick break.
She'd be happy. Friday climbing back up a little bit. No, just rumors, but I still don't like those. Any rumors of bankruptcy on Friday. Not sure if they were merited or not. Warranted. $9.5 pretty high. That'll like make you end up on the potty for a long time. I think he's joking about the cancer, Lords. But I like the cure. Flush it out with some high pH water. No more food. No more food for you. pH water only. Direct's up 14. Might want to pick up some tough built. So wish there were options on it. Flushing down now, below VWAP. Like this head and shoulders is playing out. Broke through the neckline. And a bounce back to VWAP.
Trading Services Education at Charles Schwab. Kevin, thanks so much for being here.
Happy to be here, Caroline. How are you?
I'm doing great. So you brought a couple of stocks for us, but before we dig into those, let's start a little bit bigger picture. Tell us what trends you're seeing in the S&P 500. What levels
Mics are hot.
Well, Rob wasn't. He was on the. He was on the phone.
Viewpoint here.
He was on the room. He was.
Oh no, not that.
Happy with the 20-day moving average.
When you announce like the dip thing or something.
This is the guys on the right. I don't know if they realize their mic's hot. Is these guys talking? Oh, he just figured it out. Yeah, that guy. Saw him just cruise through.
Yeah, of course.
Oh no, still hot.
I'm gonna make the panelists an iPad. Make a judge panelist. Judge panelist and an iPad.
See if we can get some dirt, some inside info.
Who joined in first? What's that ID?
Afternoon, Jay from the Bay.
No.
Oh, I forgot I can do this.
Do the iPad so I can start the video. Witness me.
Why can't I do picture in picture? What? Oh, that was tough built. I just bought tough built. Very small position. Luke's looking at CVS. That's interesting.
Hey, that's awesome. It's not expensive. I think it's
Yeah, CVS looks nice actually.
visually finished. I think that's right.
Hoping Rad has some sympathy move with it. I don't have any calls yet though. Oh, he's just talking about the gap fill up to 72. Not even. We've almost filled that gap. Could be a much bigger move happening here.
Hey, can you make judge panels?
Buy coming down some more.
What?
Yeah, no, I'm not expecting to find anything out.
Okay, good.
We're not ever going to find anything out. There's never going to be like
Perfect.
a book at the end of this saying what everything meant. Eventually, you'll forget about all the different tinfoil theories, and you won't care to have an answer.
Look for his center.
And it'll only matter if you made money in the end.
So you need to go over higher or lower because he's a tall guy. So.
Oh.
He's like taller than me. So it's good.
Yeah. Oh, I did. No, that's what you know. They're compromised. That's it. Yeah, yeah.
Huh?
You're frozen.
I'm not frozen. Yeah, I'm not frozen. No, look. What?
Barbecue moving up a little bit to VWAP.
Okay. What about now? What about now? Maybe your stream. Close it.
Yeah. Hey guys, I'm Kyle. Hi, and I'm Dom. Hey.
Hold on.
I
It's reconnected. Hey, you don't have to connect with connection. Oh, hey, never mind. You got it. It's lost network connection. Okay, be back online. What about now?
I don't know. I can't change the audio.
All right, it's just network connection.
I'll try and keep it right. Wish I could do picture in picture on here. Zoom overrides the edge wizardry.
Okay. I don't think we have witness. Do we have witness today? What? Do we have witness today? No, we have witness today.
yeah, no, no.
Yeah. So let's see. Right. So church is all set.
You want me to?
So I'm gonna call in.
You want me to call in?
Yeah.
Here, give me the meeting ID.
I'll look at
Call in and talk over itself.
yeah.
$254 participating.
What? This guy, this guy just got the screen. Who's Mark Srour?
Got it.
Streamable? If it's streaming online, it's streamable. Wish I could do picture in picture though. Well. Buy back above VWAP. Don't listen to Cameron.
You want to say something? Yeah. Can you hear that?
Good afternoon. Oh, on the Zoom? Can parties on the Zoom conference call hear me? This is a court.
Yes, we can hear you.
This is a court. Listen up, it's the court.
That margins were up, net interest margin, that is. We know that the loan portfolios most likely grew at a pace that was smaller than what we had seen in Q1, but still positive. The delinquency rates have increased, worrying some people, but yes, they're off their historically low levels and still at relatively reasonable levels. So all in all, banking business seems to be stable and resilient. The Fed obviously is the big problem for the smaller players. They have to contend with all the issues that we had to live with in the spring, and those issues haven't really gone away. They just we seem to be a little more sanguine about it. And if the Fed is going to keep
Make it more professional. So this is what you have to do. So stop. Stop the video. Right now you don't see judge now, right?
Mhm.
So As you can tell right now, the cameras. So right now, it's cameras off. When the hearing starts, I will start the video.
On this computer.
Yeah, on this computer.
Long-standing issue that will not just unfold in front of
Oh, it's from Dream on Me.
next quarter, but will be unfolding
Brower.
over the coming year and a half.
Jewish guy?
So I don't
Oh yeah, good call.
I'm just joining the court hearing, so just give me a second.
new from the regionals, other than the fact, the extent of the exposure, what they are doing to their commercial real estate portfolios, and how they are able to see trends in their deposit base. Has it stabilizing?
This global food.
Are they still losing depositors and trends along those lines? So on the whole, I think
Vice President of Sales and Marketing at Global Food Corp.
Businesses and the economy, as
What?
we all know, has been holding up a lot better than everyone thought would be the case at this stage in the cycle. So that's a positive for both the large players as well as the small players, but then there are company-specific issues.
Mr.
Ross, the bank should also give us some good insight into the strength of the consumer.
So I think it's
and
fine to the trial.
reports from some of the big box retailers and other retailers and restaurants and travel stocks or travel companies will hopefully.
Oh, it says he is an owner of Dream on Me.
So many conflicting signs about the consumer,
Oh.
and our first guest was one of our first guests was talking about the headwind of having to pay back some of those student loans later on this year. How strong is the consumer right now?
It's you
Large buffets.
perfectly
Big CC's pizzas.
My own sense is that relative to what everybody projected would be the ground reality at this time, 6 months, 9 months, 12 months ago, the reason why the economy is as strong or stable or resilient relative to those earlier projections is the strength in consumer, in household balance sheets. So yes, there are segments of consumers that are a lot more stressed and under pressure. You mentioned consumers that are exposed to the resumption of student loans, or even in general, the pressure from inflation, even though it has come down. But then on the other hand, consumers, big chunks of the consumer, in fact, the largest chunk of the households and consumer, are benefiting from a strong labor market, still growth in earnings, and perhaps some residual savings from the COVID period. And there seems to be a lot more confidence within households about their financial outlook. So whether it's auto sales, whether it's home sales, whether it's discretionary travel, we see demand holding up a lot better than normally should be the case at this stage in the economic cycle. So we have to, if we had to tip our hand one way or the other, I would say the consumer is in pretty good shape. And if we are close to the Fed wrapping up its tightening cycle, then perhaps it indicates to or points to a good data point that perhaps the soft landing scenario or the no recession scenario could be achieved on the back of continued consumer strength.
All right, we're just about out of time, but I want to ask you quickly about tech. Clearly, the outperformers
GME's
this year. Do you think it will be continuing?
Bouncing a little bit, maybe back up to VWAP.
Based on the things that we see from some of the big tech
Mullen hanging out that low.
I would say yes, and we are seeing a strong estimate revision trend since the beginning of April. There is growing commentary that that the spending trends have either bottomed or close to bottoming. So I would say the strong momentum we have seen in tech in the stock market is supported by what's happening in underlying businesses and in their earnings.
All right, we'll leave it there. Shiraz Mian, Zacks Investment Research. Thanks so much for joining the show.
Thanks for having me, Caroline.
Still ahead on the second half of the show, we're looking at the options market. Tesla and Apple led the way for stocks in the first half of the year. Let's take a closer look at other trends to have on your radar as we head to break. Let's take a look at some of today's winners and losers in the S&P 500. Check it out.
BBIG bull flag looks nice. Afternoon, trader. Finger up 25% now. Still just climbing. Barbecue, it's up a little bit. It broke out of its range to the upside, which is good. So I jumped back in. Getting kind of weak. Not a big move today, but this was really what I wanted to see. It's a break of trend. So, yeah, looks good. I'm bullish. Expect it to continue this week. It holds above some levels. Let's say this shoulder over here. I want to see it hold that, which is 28.65. If it gets that low, which it might. Low today is 29 cents. We bounced off of twice. Maybe it'll bounce there again.
Above 15,100, and the Russell got above 1,900. It's holding that level right now as we speak. Speaking of holding levels, and this is why I say a win for the bulls, take a look at the rally that we saw throughout the month of June, and then basically sideways consolidation as we hold this upward level here right now. So we've been in a bit of a range from 43.80 again up.
Barbecue come down a little bit.
Here, which is just shy of 45. Now we're actually looking.
That's the level. That's the first level it needs to hold. Oh, it's not going to. I don't think so. You see that just wick flash down there?
Longer term rally that we've
Yeah.
seen. It's not just the month of June, right? Into July, this holding pattern that we've been in as we accept this new upper level, but you can see
So that's the next one that you want to see for that right shoulder, that 28.65. Oh, just flush through there. See if it wicks or not. Whoa. Sorry. 28.25. Barbecue coming down.
From last year. So again, a strong run up here, acceptance of these recent upper levels, and basically Caroline, just what the bulls were looking for as we head into.
Seems like it's gonna start late. Yeah, it's already 10 minutes late.
All right, I know you're also keeping an eye on currencies. Dollar
Well, that sucks.
today. Tell us what specifically is on your radar.
Yeah, I think that's what's giving the Dow some strength as of recent. We've seen large caps which have benefited from the weaker dollar. I wanted to point out just real quick, taking a look at the dollar and 10-year yields, because this is an interesting development as of recent. Now you can see, and let me just highlight this purple line here, because this is the dollar.
Line moving up.
So you can see it's been weakening, right? The purple line is actually near lows for the year. But look at 10-year yields, the candles.
See if there's just wicks down here.
Dollars on lows for the year, near lows for the year. 10-year yields.
Any hearing today later? No, just the one at 2:30.
We're talking 106. So why, if yields are moving higher, is the dollar moving lower? Well, oftentimes it's the tail that wags the dog. Here's that dog in this instance, the dollar again, which has been weakening.
I don't know, Tree, maybe.
In this range at this lower level, almost a mirror image of what we were just talking about in terms of the S&Ps, that similar pattern, but in this instance to the downside. But take a look, because the culprit, what's weighing on the dollar recently? Well, you've got the yen, which is firmed up. It's higher today for the 4th day in a row.
Yeah, it is kind of tricky doing TA on a penny stock, especially that just moves a lot on news. But yeah, we've done pretty well. Not necessarily on barbecue. It's pretty illiquid and difficult to get in out of. Doesn't make it the best for trading. I guess I'm trading it because of the potential for the upside. But trying to make some money doesn't happen. But yeah, thanks for joining, Jerry. Always appreciate you having you around. Liechtenstein.
All right, we'll leave it there. Ben Liechtenstein, thanks so much for breaking it all down for us. Now let's take a closer look at the options market and what the first half of the year can tell us about the months ahead. Joining me now is Arian Adams, Head of Derivatives and Global Client Services at CBOE Global Markets. Arian, did I get that right? Is that how I pronounce your name? I got the pronouncer and I've already forgotten.
You got it perfectly. That was great.
Okay, as someone who doesn't like to be called Carolyn, I appreciate when people correct me.
Carolyn?
So we're talking about the options market. First, we're
Carolyn. It's like not even a name.
The first half of the year show. What's the report card for the options market show?
Yeah, it's been a record year. It's been very impressive, but yet we continue to hit records. 2023 option volumes are on pace to be the 4th record year in a row. Volumes have doubled since 2019, and as we've seen a convergence of conditions, market conditions, catalysts that have brought on new participants and new products. But speaking to the first half of the year-to-date average volume is up through is averaging around 44 million contracts. That's up 8% compared to year-to-date last year. That's nearly 2.8 billion option contracts have traded market-wide, and even in the second quarter alone. So we get a lot of questions about what's been trading. Trading total volumes among index.
Oh yeah, we will might be lagging a little bit.
ETF and single stock options, especially in the second quarter. And if I look at index volumes, they're up 42% year to date versus 2020.
Yeah, trade's saying it's 285, not 282.
Versus 2022, but
sometimes we both lags a little bit. It's not delayed, it's just lagging this data at times. My volume's so low? I don't think so. Levels look good. Oh, my voice is too low. You're saying the volume of this lady. Yeah, I can turn her up if you want.
So it's been a really exciting start to the year for the U.S. listed options marketplace.
So total volume.
Jump scared. Turn your volume down, dude.
ETF and single stocks. What does that tell you about the market? Because really, so much of this year we've talked about how narrow.
Yeah, they don't know what they're doing.
This rally really has been. So what's the?
If this is something interesting, I'll turn it up a little bit, but nothing right now.
The utilization of these products in different market environments, and you look at broad-based indices and where the market has.
Unless it froze.
Transpired fourth quarter into the first half of this
what?
year, where volatility subsided. There's been some unknown.
No, it's not frozen. This guy just looks like it's frozen.
That being said, there's still some uncertainty and volatility out there. And what
you want to hear the late? I'll turn her up. I'll equalize the volume a little bit.
And even ETFs, as the utility they use the best in these types of market environments. And that has resonated significantly with our volumes.
You don't want the volumes equal because then I'm just waiting for them to stop talking to talk, and I can do that when it's important. I will.
One is the
But I kind of talk over them unless there's something I want to hear.
DTE volumes applicable to managing risk profiles in these market conditions. So what you're seeing is not only people establishing longer term strategies, maybe a month, 2 months, 3 months, but they need the precision around intraday volatility moves, and they're utilizing SPX options or ETF options to really manage that risk in a more precise way. And as a result, we've seen index volumes and SPX volumes accelerate quite substantially. SPX volumes are up 23% year to date versus the full year of last year. So this continues to be the go-to product where people are utilizing it in all market environments as the main utility.
Okay, good afternoon. It is Tuesday, July 11th, 2023. This is the United States Bankruptcy Court for the District of New Jersey, and we are here in the case of Bed Bath & Beyond, Inc., 23-13359. We have various matters on today's agenda, and why don't you enter your appearance on the record, sir, and we'll get started.
Great. Good afternoon, Your Honor. For the record, Noah Sosnick from Kirkland & Ellis on behalf of the debtors.
Good afternoon. And I guess why don't you just go ahead, and if anyone wants to comment or chime in, they'll enter their appearance. Okay.
Great. Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, I will be taking us through today's brief agenda, which was filed yesterday at docket number 1277. As Your Honor will note, there are only two matters going forward today. The first is the debtor's proposed sale of the intellectual property assets of the Bye Bye Baby business to Dream on Me, Inc., and second is the removal extension motion. The other matters have been pushed to the July 18th hearing or have otherwise been withdrawn. So starting with the first item on today's agenda, the proposed sale of the Bye Bye Baby IP assets. The debtors are pleased to report that, as was the case for the Bed Bath & Beyond IP, the debtors have found a purchaser for the Bye Bye Baby IP assets who will keep the name alive. Before I proceed further, Your Honor, the debtors filed a declaration from their investment banker, Christian Temke of Lazard, at docket number 1274, and I'd like to move Mr. Temke's declaration into evidence.
All right. That is the declaration of Christian Temke in support of the sale order being moved into evidence. Does anyone object or wish to cross-examine? Having heard no response, I will admit that into evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. As Your Honor will recall, the debtors filed a bidding procedures motion on the first day of these cases and had a bidding procedures order entered soon thereafter, with the goal of continuing the extensive pre-petition marketing process that the debtors had conducted. And as my colleague, Mr. Fiedler, explained at the prior sale hearing, the debtors have, in consultation with the consultation parties, amended and extended the deadlines of the marketing process on numerous occasions, all in an effort to maximize the value of any potential sale transaction. As the marketing process unfolded, it became clear that different parties were interested in the Bed Bath & Beyond assets and the Bye Bye Baby assets. There were different parties who were interested in each package. And within that latter category of the Bye Bye Baby assets, certain parties were interested in a going concern transaction, while others were exclusively interested in acquiring the IP assets. Ultimately, as the Bye Bye Baby auction approached, the debtors received a number of qualified bids for parties interested in acquiring the IP assets. And certain parties had also expressed some degree of interest in a going concern transaction, but the debtors did not receive any qualified bids on a going concern transaction ahead of the scheduled auction. As a result, the debtors, in consultation with the consultation parties, decided to bifurcate the auctions. So the auction for the IP assets was held on June 28th, and a going concern auction was scheduled for June 29th. The IP auction on the 28th was very competitive and successful. Ultimately, the debtors selected Dream on Me, Inc. as the initial winning bidder at a bid of $15.5 million, and Everyday Health Media was selected as the backup bidder. And during the auction and in the notice filed soon thereafter, the debtors made it clear that Dream on Me's winning bid would be subject to an otherwise higher or better offer in connection with the going concern auction scheduled for the following day. After the IP auction ended, to give parties another opportunity to submit actionable qualified bids for a going concern transaction, the debtors moved the going concern auction back by another week to July 7th. However, and crucially, no party submitted a qualified bid for a going concern transaction. As such, the debtors and the consultation parties determined to cancel the going concern auction and proceed with the proposed transaction before you today.
Yeah,
and so, Your Honor,
look at
while
that.
it is unfortunate that we were unable to secure a sale of Bye Bye Baby as a going concern, we are here today seeking approval of the sale of the IP assets. The sale maximizes value for the debtors' estates. It is supported by all parties in interest and will allow the Bye Bye Baby name to continue. The process which led to the sale
doesn't
was
sound good.
conducted
Sounds
in
like they
good
don't have a
faith from arm's length and was well tailored to maximize value. I would also like to quickly add, Your Honor, like at the last sale hearing, certain contract counterparties and landlords filed objections or limited objections related to the amounts listed as potential cure obligations on the notice filed at docket number 714. And as was the case with the overstock sale hearing, debtors are not assuming or assigning any contracts or leases in connection with the Dream on Me transaction today. Now, pursuant to the terms of the APA, there's a 45-day window in which the parties may agree to a list of contracts that may be assumed or assigned to the purchaser. And to the extent that the parties do decide to assume and assign some contracts, the debtors will file a notice of those contracts and will set another objection deadline for those cure amounts. But nothing is being assumed and assigned today. And so for that reason, we are not going to proceed on any cure objections today.
Okay. I just was wondering how that all fits in with the transferred contracts under the purchase agreement. There's a number of, is that what you're referring to?
So my understanding, Your Honor, is that transferred contracts provision in the contract is there to accommodate any contracts that will be assumed and assigned during that period.
During this 45-day period?
That's correct. Although counsel, the purchaser is here, you can correct me if that's incorrect.
Your Honor, Brendan Scott, Claystead, Winter, Strother, Southern, and Stevens on behalf of Dream. That's my understanding. There currently no contracts have been selected to be transferred contracts, but we do have the 45-day period to complete diligence and select those if we wish to do so.
Okay. All right. That's what said transferred. So I was thinking of at least something might have been transferred, but it's not the case, at least as of the moment.
Yeah.
Okay.
One final point, Your Honor. Ahead of the hearing, we heard from counsel to Chubb Insurance, who had requested the inclusion of the language that we added at paragraph 30 of the sale order. We understand that there was a small scrivener's error in the first sentence of that paragraph. And so I'm happy to point out where that was, if you'd like.
1 second.
Sure.
That doesn't sound good at all. They said they have no buyers for the going concern.
Your Honor, in the first sentence of paragraph 30, which begins notwithstanding anything to the contrary in the foregoing.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, they have 45 days, but
those three words in the foregoing
you
were
said they have
included
no
in error.
going
It
concern
doesn't
buyers.
change the meaning of the paragraph in any way, but
Something could change, but
after discussions with Chubb, we decided that we would, to avoid any potential doubt, we would submit a revised order to Chambers during or after this hearing, reflecting that one change. So those three words will be removed.
So in other words, it really should read notwithstanding anything to the contrary.
Yeah, or I guess, right. It should be the foregoing or is removed. So it's notwithstanding anything to the contrary in the motion, the asset purchase agreement, and so on and so forth.
Okay. All right. So does anyone, you're saying that it just doesn't mean anything, and
it's surplusage of the words this sale order later in the sentence, but to avoid any potential issue, we decided with Chubb that we would submit a revised form of order.
Well, I do have to say that I've always thought that words have any meaning, they should be either in there or not in there, and if they don't have any meaning, everyone here today understands that, but if somebody's looking at it a year from now and it's not the same people, then they might try to say in the foregoing means something else, but think it's a very limited possibility, but
I agree.
since you're pointing it out and that's the way the parties understand it, I think it should reflect what the parties understand and agree to.
That's right. And for that reason, we'll file a revised order. So with all that said, Your Honor, unless you have any questions, we would respectfully request entry of the sale order.
Well, the Comenity filed a pretty extensive objection in it, and it looks like you dealt with it in paragraphs 28 and 29, and they, I guess the Burr and Foreman firm, and they're on the Zoom, I guess. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. This is Jay Haythcock with Burn
Whoa.
Foreman on behalf of Community Capital Bank. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. So those are those modifications to the order address Comenity's objections.
Yes, Your Honor. They addressed them full, and we're happy to orally withdraw the objections we made with the order that was filed on the docket.
Okay, you anticipated what I was going to ask you, because I just I didn't see that, and when I was preparing, I read it, and I thought I might have to deal with it, but usually in these proceedings, and thankfully in many respects, the parties agree to things, and this is another such occasion. And I'm pleased that you were able to agree. It certainly looks like a reasonable and appropriate resolution of those issues to me.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Well, I can't let this pass without saying that I share the disappointment in the lack of bids for the going concern entity of Bye Bye Baby. It's a shame. I guess both parts are now not going forward, and that is disappointing. I had higher hopes going in, but sometimes those hopes are not realized. And so, if I may ask, then, I think this is an appropriate time to ask, where are we headed now, and what are the next steps? The plan and disclosure statement, or what is left to be sold? I think the going out of business sales are winding down. If you could just give me, if you're prepared to, give me a background on that and fill in some of the blanks.
Sure. So, Your Honor, the debtors are currently engaging in negotiations with 6th Street and the UCC on the terms of a plan. Those negotiations have been productive. We hope to have a plan and disclosure statement on file in the coming days. Notwithstanding that those sales did not, maybe the going concern sales didn't come to fruition, the debtors still have a pathway to a successful exit from these Chapter 11 cases. And so, the debtors will continue to monetize the assets they have. The lease sale process remains ongoing. As you mentioned, going out of business sales will continue through the end of July. And so, while the debtors share your disappointment, there is a path forward, and we fully intend to realize that path.
Okay. Does anyone wish to be heard on that?
Your Honor, good afternoon. Colin Robinson, Chelsea Stang, Deal and Jones on behalf of the Official Committee of Unsecured Creditors. Nice to see you again in person, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, and same here.
Your Honor, I'll start with the sale of the Bye Bye Baby IP. Your Honor, as a consultation party, the committee was engaged in what was a very robust auction process. And while we were ultimately, like you and everyone else, a little disappointed in the value, happy it came to a successful conclusion. I share your personal thoughts about the Bye Bye Baby. I used to trek across the Ben Franklin Bridge to the location in Cherry Hill for my 3 kids many moons ago. So sorry to, there won't be a going concern for that. On the process forward, Your Honor, we are engaged in the plan process. There'll be a lot of work to do still there, as you may suspect, and even the plan you see filed may have some changes after it's filed. So, but we'll continue to work constructively with the debtor in 6th Street as we move forward.
Well, if past this prologue, I'm sure that's the way it's going to go, and I know everybody will work hard and in good faith, and get the best possible results. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. So, anyone else wish to be heard? Okay, well, yeah, before the court is the motion by the debtors or application by the debtors to approve the sale of the Bye Bye Baby IP assets, as all those terms are defined and further specified in the motion, and more importantly, the order approving the sale, which was filed yesterday, the latest form of order at docket 1275, and I've reviewed the order, and really, in this case where there has been an extensive auction process, sale process conducted by some of the most experienced and well-respected professionals anywhere, and this is where we came out. I am certain that this sale was conducted in good faith and achieved the highest and best value in the circumstances, disappointing as it may be in certain respects, that there was ample notice either through the court or through the public. Everyone knew that Bed Bath & Beyond and Bye Bye Baby and everything else related to them were for sale, and this is the end result of that. I think it satisfies all the criteria for a 363 sale, including there's obviously the consent of the secured parties and also whether it's express or implied, the unsecured creditors committee. No other objections filed, or objections that were filed were resolved. So I will approve the sale and wish you luck going forward in the continuing efforts to maximize value, and looks like try to conclude the case as quickly as possible. Yeah.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I will now turn to the second and final item on today's agenda, which is the debtor's removal extension motion, which was filed at docket number 786. The debtors seek entry of an order enlarging the time in which the debtors may file notices of removal with respect to any actions that are subject to removal under 28 U.S.C. 1452 and Bankruptcy Rule 9027 by 120 days to November 21st, 2023. The motion is unopposed, and the debtors have not previously requested an extension of the deadline to file notices of removal. And so unless Your Honor has any questions, the debtors respectfully request entry of the order attached to the motion filed at docket number 786.
I do have one question or comment, is that as we normally do, we look for a certificate of service on this, and for whatever reason, we weren't able to find it. And I don't know if that's because it's not readily available from a search of what all the affidavits of service that has been filed, or it wasn't filed and needs to be filed, or what? Are you familiar with that, or?
I'm not, admittedly, Your Honor. My understanding was that certificate of service was filed. To the extent it wasn't, we can, we're happy to rectify that in any way that you propose.
Right. So here's what happens with that, right? With the certificate of service, if a certificate of service, right, obviously doesn't have to be filed simultaneously with the service. It could say, for example, on July 11th, that on July 20th or July 22nd, Kroll served the removal motion, if that's what they did.
My understanding is that is what they did. And so if I understand your comments, we can then file a certificate of service saying that we, at that time, served the motion in accordance with the terms thereof.
All right. And then I think in any event, the motion was filed in time. It certainly was filed in time. I think it's still in time. So that's what you need. But on these motions, I do, and your notice provision indicated you served all the other parties to the actions that you knew about, and I really require that because sometimes people don't do that, and it doesn't seem fair to me when that's what's asked. But they're still almost never opposed, and I always grant them. But I do want to see that people were served.
Yep, totally understood. Totally
Notice is an
understood.
important aspect of what we do here. So that was my. Otherwise, it's completely fine, and you know, certainly the debtor has been, and its professionals have been very busy attending to a number of tasks and removal, an extension of the removal period, which would be and is easily justified. So I have no problem with it. Just want to have notice.
Understood, Your Honor. And to the extent that we haven't filed that, we will file it.
Okay, great. All right. I think that that covers the matters on the agenda.
That's all the debtors had for today.
Well, anyone else have anything that they wish to be heard on? All right. Well, as has happened in the past, you've made things easier on me than maybe I deserve, but I'm glad to accept it, and I appreciate the party's efforts to get to all these resolutions, with another hearing coming a week from today on other matters. Okay, well, so that's it. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good luck going forward. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Have a good afternoon.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Well, that's it. Now, holding out of confusion, I think, would be what you'd be doing at this point. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of what we thought. There's no buyers for baby as a going concern. There is still a window where something could happen, which that window has not expired yet. So I guess that's what you'd be holding for. That's what you'd be looking for, is just that window that something else is going to happen. But yeah, at this point, it's what we saw is what we got with Bye Bye Baby, and that's why they canceled the auction, not because there was a buyer, I would presume, but that could still, I think that could still change in the next couple weeks, possibly. So that is. So you're saying there's a chance. That's pretty much it. That's the 1 in a million.
Across their sales cloud, their service cloud, marketing cloud, and industries and Tableau products, with these changes slated to take effect in August. Now, I was reading what the analysts thought of this news and some of these price increases across the different products. Like, you can see the professional, enterprise, and unlimited
Barbecue kind of flush there.
Evercore ISI did say, well, there will clearly be some
27.25, down 2.5%.
After the 7-year hiatus, they believe that the 9% increase is pretty reasonable, given the fact that some of these other software as a service companies have actually seen their prices increase annually by about 4 and 5%. So they thought this was actually a long time coming. They said that they flagged that for big customers and those that are adding these new modules, the net impact will not be actually anywhere near this 9%. So to go figure, we have seen a day of strength for Salesforce, a name that has been caught up in
Yeah.
the broader.
Yeah, Sixth Street did say there's still a pathway forward, so whether shareholders are making money on that pathway forward, it's probably pretty unlikely. But yeah, still a possibility. Just like any OTC stock, probably there's a possibility of something happening.
Absolutely, it plays into the whole efficiency theme that we've seen. Not only are they cutting costs, but they're finding a way to bring in more cash, just as you said. Jenny Horn, thank you so much for that info. It's time now to welcome in Peter Cheer, head of macro strategy at Academy Securities. Peter,
Well, if you still believe in it, still want that opportunity,
Thanks for having me.
You're getting a dip buying opportunity.
Picture first. How are you feeling about the market right now as we head into CPI tomorrow?
I'm not overly concerned about CPI. I think if it comes in hot, yes, that makes it 25 bips. If it comes in a bit light, we probably still get 25 bips. So I think the data isn't going to be as important. The Fed has a pretty high hurdle to hike very often, and they have an extremely high hurdle to cut. So I think they're taking second fiddle, and it's really going to be about earnings this quarter.
I have to ask, though, before we get to that, do you expect another rate hike regardless of the inflation data tomorrow?
Yeah, I think we get 25 bips at the next meeting, almost regardless of the data, just because they've set the table for it, the market's priced in.
You're getting cold.
Foolish not to take it at this point, and that gets that whole conversation about skipping versus pausing, etc., off the table. So I think it's a smart move by them.
25.30. Barbecue's down 9.3% now. So TA-wise, everything that we had here failed.
Okay.
Really, even before the court hearing.
Let's talk about that for a moment.
Remember, I wanted to hold this 28 level, 28 cents. And then as the court hearing went on, I was thinking maybe it'll wick out of there. But no. And then, of course, the court hearing, you heard that. So,
okay, who's
yeah.
benefiting? How is AI working? Are the companies that are saying they're going to use AI showing any benefit? So I think it's going to be a higher hurdle to move the stock.
I don't like that notion that people say, oh, RC wouldn't be out of this. It hurt his reputation. That's already happened when he sold. That's done. Whatever people thought he wouldn't sell and make money because of some reputation he had with retail investors. He already chose that fate the first time he sold barbecue.
That hasn't happened until recently. I think you mentioned earlier on the hour.
I would have done the exact same thing. I would not hold. I would not lose money for
I think that's the next leg of this rally if we get it.
a crowd of followers.
And people kind of seeing progress on AI.
And he would not be successful and made it to where he was if he had done that in the past.
I guess leading into the hype that we saw of it, maybe it's not hype, but it's
Hey, Poison, they shut the court hearing, and it just, yeah, no interested parties for Bye Bye Baby as a going concern. There's still a window, of course. There's still a pathway forward if something changes, if there is some secret buyer, I guess, but yeah, it just depends on how you, I guess, class it, define it. If they'd call it a going concern, I don't know. There's still a window. Not everything's finalized, but yeah, I mean, your window.
I think China has no vision on sustainability, but had a great plan to secure
all the optimistic outlooks are slowly disappearing.
So they've been collecting the rare earths and critical minerals, and not just sourcing the products. They're actually the leader in most of these in terms of turning them into something that's useful. So we're behind on that. I think it's going to start to catch up.
Yeah, 6th Street said they're still working with whatever and working on a pathway forward. But they canceled the auction for Bye Bye Baby because there wasn't interest. Dream on Me got the IP, and
I think that's going to affect our relationship for years to come. It's not,
as you just heard, there was not a interest for Bye Bye Baby's going concern.
Large companies that have been strengthening their relationships with China, like Tesla. How does that impact
the window of opportunity is if this gets unwound, basically. I think. Yeah, they'll probably be a bounce. I think there's still people that are going to buy.
Retired generals and admirals, and we often talk about business follows the flag.
There's stocks that trade on OTC for years. Just what value they see it as, and they could continue to operate and continue to make money and lose money and have assets, and it's not, Sears is still on there, and Toys R Us might be, Blockbuster, I don't know. There's lots of different stocks.
To catch on a little bit more, I think companies are starting to get concerned that the Chinese companies are going to start trying to sell their brands globally. So whether it's BYD in the EV space, which is building a factory in Brazil, I think the next stage of this competition is China not going from making our products to trying to sell their own brands, especially into emerging markets countries where they have trade deficits because they're buying so many resources.
That sounds like
24 cents on barbecue, 13.6% down.
How briefly do you feel like it may impact markets?
I think it's kind of showing what was actually priced in. So depending on where it settles, bankruptcy and everything's potentially a lot of it's priced in here, but maybe not. We'll see. If it goes to 10 cents, then
not going to have to be as
a lot of this was priced in for takeover
So I
something.
think my best way to play this is actually getting long emerging market stocks and just, closing your eyes and leaving them once
Entries.
a year, 2 years, 3 years.
I mean, you've got support there, 2380, probably right there.
Who's overly dependent on China and who's more independent? Who's already thought about ways of moving away from China? And that's where I want to put my bets.
2350, yeah, that's a big support. So
thanks a lot for having me.
I would say 2350 if you're looking to buy. 25 even. Yeah, all through here. It's not like you're gonna have to. Most likely, you're not gonna have to rush to buy it though.
While still capturing gains in the market. That's up next.
You know what I mean? Like, you might not get the very bottom if you don't rush, but at least you'll know the momentum is in the right direction. That was weird. There's a green candle on it. Yeah, that 2350 level was a long time. Yeah, that was a resistance back here and here. That's crazy. Bullions is bullish. There you go. Yep, we have a path forward to X chapter 11. Yeah, the 6th Street guys did say that. I think they have so many days though until maybe they don't have a deadline. I don't know. Maybe after it's out of. I don't know what the deadlines are. How that plays in. It doesn't make sense that there wouldn't be any bidders or interest for Bye Bye Baby as a going concern. Even if it already had a buyer. Right? Because parties wouldn't know that. There you go, there's a bounce on it. 2690. See where it finds resistance now. Maybe this 27 range. Yeah, 27 cents might be resistance. VWAP's 2781. SPY hitting close to the high of the day. I don't want to listen to it again. Double top in there. Why is he Spider-Man? The heck? Dream on me, guys. Spider-Man. Barbecue almost back up to VWAP. So get a nice bounce from the sell-off there. I know Boeing's always been bullish. You can't buy barbecue on Webull, no. There's your move all the way back to VWAP. So 27 cents is not resistance. That's good. There's a good good bounce out of that. I don't know. I don't know what the sentiment is. I mean, I guess a whole lot hasn't changed. But they said under oath in court that there was no bidders or no interested parties for Bye Bye Baby as a going concern. So I don't know how that would mean that there is some bidder or interested party for Bye Bye Baby as a going concern. I don't know. But he did say they have a path forward for barbecue. And yeah. I think the judge was actually a little bit surprised by that. He was like, oh. So yeah. Seek and you'll find.
And so we see wrapping it into
Bullishness or bearishness in the play.
Liquidity, that access to get exposure to a really institutional quality option strategy in the simplicity of an ETF.
Many buy and hold strategies require resetting annually, but you mentioned in your notes that you would be resetting quarterly.
So they would drop it in a docket? He said they drop a docket. What do you think he was talking about specifically?
Markets change quickly, as we all know. So, simply buying a product and holding it for a year, anticipating some level of protection, doesn't always make sense. We feel in designing a product that resets its options quarterly really reflects the changing market conditions. So if we see a sell-off, you can reset options positions and get a new buffer in a new quarter. If we see a market rally and you kind of hit that cap on upside potential, it resets at that new cap. So it really allows investors to participate over the long term in the markets and really keep the market relevant no matter where markets are going.
I want to switch gears a little bit now to some of the stocks that we've seen lead gains this year. We've seen growth stocks sort of take a tide that has turned at the beginning of the year. People did not expect growth stocks to be the big story this year. So why the change so far?
Absolutely, Renita. I think heading into this year, everyone expected that this was going to be a value year, that rising interest rates tend to favor companies that are profitable, that are driving a lot of
Ripper dip tomorrow. I think flat to down.
Growth has run away with it this year at the halfway mark, and it is driven by AI. We see it in the mega cap tech stocks. Some of the companies
it failed the inverse head and shoulders there, and
building the leading AI platforms. They have really.
Given both these run news.
And the market has rewarded them with significant performance this year.
So is it safe to say that AI is not?
But it failed it before the hearing even.
Anymore?
I don't think it is.
I don't know.
Look at what's
We'll see.
in the market,
Yeah, this thing's crazy.
Investors have really concentrated a lot of buying on those mega cap tech names, kind of the more obvious names in a way that are playing in the AI space.
They're gonna put the pathway forward. So potentially you'll see something in that docket of a buyer, but yeah, I don't get how the interested party or whoever it is behind it, how they would get around, I guess, him being legally allowed to say that they don't exist. Basically as a going concern. I don't know all the legalcy, whatever it is. So going concern, like all of this, I don't know all the different ways they could say how that's defined.
All right, I can see that for sure. Lastly, before we go, tell us about your other thematic ETFs and how they've done so far.
Seems like a needle in a haystack at this point.
Sure, we've seen very strong performance across our growth ETFs this year. I think one that jumps out to us in this environment is electric and autonomous vehicles, so our IDRV ETF. We've seen an explosion of electric vehicles on the stage, tons of new models, price cuts, expanded charging infrastructure with the infrastructure investments and jobs.
Oh, so that's the theory, and that would have to be the theory now.
Allowing an acceleration in this new technology. So we are seeing.
So the Dream on Me and Overstock would both be out, and it's just been a cover up. And there's a buyer for the whole thing. Since there's no interest in a going concern for BBBY or Bye Bye Baby.
Of course. Now coming up,
Is that what we're hanging on to?
Has 3 bullish trades that caught his eye today. He'll be looking at Bank of America, Uber, and PepsiCo. Market on close. We'll be right back.
I was just playing on the wrong. I was playing on the wrong planet. Is that it? Is that the bullish thesis that's going to be held with the PP crew tonight? Because they're buying all of it and they're not just buying Bye Bye Baby. Beth has also been putting in dockets, talks of an alternate transaction. What's on finger? Sure. IV is going to be high. 267%. I feel like I was too stupid to not be in this play. And if it rips, I'm too stupid to be in the play. Wait, did I say it twice? Somebody's come in and buy everything and the core hearing validates that theory. Not invalidating it. Yeah, that's the only escape now. What you're saying. Since they don't Bye Bye Baby, there's no bidders for a going concern. Bed Bath & Beyond, there's no bidders or interested party for going concern. And now we have Overstock and Dream on Me, and they both own the IPs. But there's a deadline that hasn't come to pass yet, where that could be canceled if there's a buyer for everything. Does that sum it up? Failing so far. Validates that theory, but not invalidating. Right. Yeah. Validation by not invalidating, which I don't like to go by. But I think you're right. That's what people validate things. If they say, well, if it's not true, then it must be true. Looks real. Not real. It's gotta be proven. Buy at the high of the day. Rebuilt this cup here. Intraday. Barbecue. Look at that, dude. It's trying to go green. Not bad. From green to red. Now almost back to green. It's break even. Well, now for sheer stubbornness. Nice. I don't think the plan forward is Chapter 7. Just because they have a plan, though, doesn't mean it's going to work out. And even if it does work out, doesn't mean that shareholders are going to have any equity in that. I'm saying it isn't bullish now? As far as what? For sure, that's why it's CP Lie, Alessandro. CP Lie. Mean reversion trade sideways till moving average comes up on SPY. Zoom, you can share some stuff on Discord with this Elon. The only way you could confirm it is looking at his profile on Reddit and see if it's his real profile. Otherwise, definitely not. Buy big tech. Well, that's the big question, because we're kind of right in the middle. We have bullish and we have bearish outlooks, and we're just in the middle of chop before data. So you're really just asking which way is the market going to go with CPI. I don't know. It looks very extended to me. I see the bearish thesis. I'm typically more bearish as of late, so I weigh a little heavier to the bear side. But there is a bull case here too. Barbecue wants to go green. What a dip and rip. Too many calls, meaning the market can't go up. Pretty hard rejection there on SPY. Built a cup here. It's forming a candle already. Halo, was this one of Zip Trader's picks? They just offer shares or something? What was with the sell-off here? Fail a drug trial? Yeah, share offering. It'd be early on it if you're looking for an inverse head and shoulders. I'd like to see much more upside before I would think the momentum shifted. Although today does look better. Got some volume there. But it's green. I'd look for like at least a gap fill. I mean, you could trade it maybe up to wherever that high. 16%, not bad. 18%. But it's definitely still in a downtrend. Let's get rid of the moving averages. Let's see here. Why can't I stretch it out more? Why? Why? There you go. Oh, that's why. So, geez. What's that? Oh, VWAP. There we go. VWAP. Okay. Why does it still do that? What's it trying to grab? A gap? Anyways. Yeah, I'd want to see a break and a hold above that at least. This level. I kind of want to hear that whole hearing again. Barbecue's green, 1%. There you go. Shake out all his paper hands. This is truly like a retarded play. It just favors like the worst decisions. Okay. High cost borrows typically I'd say high IV, yeah. Pump before the dump on EPS. You guys are all thinking it's gonna dump on if you guys all know about it and are anticipating a strike or whatever, it's probably been priced in. You've already probably lost the money for the move. You're the last to hear about it. Maybe it was here. Sure thing, Poison. Kind of squeezy. Alessandro, where have you been the last couple months? What do you think this move was? From $10 to 48. I see you head and shoulders on it. In a stock that's pumped 400%. This works. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I take a break. A barbecue break. My stomach hurts from all the barbecue I've been eating. Looks like we might, Poison. So far, yeah, you literally any of the big sell-offs from bad news, like fundamentally bad news, have been the best times to buy it. Not from it being like FUD, or not from it being misunderstanding, from the worst kind of news. It's all the way back to even it going bankrupt, going to Chapter 11, and being delisted. It started with that dip down to 4 cents. That was the best time to buy it. Now every time we get awful fundamental news and the rationale of it getting crushed happens, it's just been the best time to buy. Goes against all sound logic. I don't think I'm a very smart man, but I think I might be too smart to be able to trade this stock properly. Low to high on Hertz was pretty large. I think what it opened back up at 13 cents when it got relisted, and it was trading the pennies. And your left's on Bloomberg. I feel like they last like 20 minutes until they don't, though. When the bankruptcy judge is like literally personally sad. He was sad today. Like sad that it didn't work out for him. Like, first of all, a judge is never supposed to have bias like that or show it. He actually did. You could tell he like wanted it to work out, and it has this huge dip, and then it just rips. It's just May. Doesn't mean they will. Oh my gosh, I just I just don't. Yeah, I guess it's just risk tolerance. I don't have the risk tolerance for it. With a small amount, maybe I should just start trading with dink sizes. One share here, 2 share here. So now we're gonna see clips of people just pulling out little bits to feed their confirmation bias. Starting here with Cameron, let's see what we got. Like, oh, look at this. We watched it. We all watched it. There was a couple little glimmers of potential hope, but not even for shareholders, just for the company. Like, I'm rooting for the company.
Time to ask this. I think this is an appropriate time to ask, where are we headed now, and what are the next steps, plan and disclosure statement?
It's on Twitch. Why the heck are you guys watching on Twitch?
What is left to be sold? I think the going out of business sales are winding down. If you could just give me,
Yeah, it definitely has
if you're
shares.
prepared to give me a background on that and fill in some of the blanks.
Sure. So, Your Honor, the debtors are currently engaging in negotiations with 6th Street and the UCC on the terms of a plan.
Position size for sure.
Those negotiations have been productive. We hope.
Yeah, with this much
to
risk,
have
you
a
just
plan
have to
and
position
disclosure statement
accordingly.
on file in the coming days.
I mean, 2 shares is a little silly,
So,
but yeah.
Notwithstanding that those sales did not, maybe the going concern sales didn't come to fruition, the debtors still have a pathway to a successful exit from these Chapter 11 cases. And so, the debtors will continue to monetize the assets they have. The lease sale process remains ongoing. As you mentioned, going out of business sales will continue through the end of July.
Yeah, this was the only glimmer.
While the debtors share your disappointment, there is a path forward, and we fully intend to realize that path.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, there's still
anyone wish to be
a
heard on
possibility.
that?
Something. Oh, holy spy squeeze. What the heck? Wow. Well, we're continuing on this handle. I guess bullish anticipation on CP line in the morning. We've got another cup right here being formed. 442.61. That might get filled today. Yeah, it looks like it will. Should have been trading SPY. Yeah, market's getting excited for the CPI print.
Okay, US dollar is still down versus major currencies, but we're also looking at crude oil right now.
Successful path to Chapter 11 exit, yes.
Or today's move, I should say,
but that sounds good for those that can profit on that.
As well. So what's happening in crude oil?
Yeah, all of a sudden there's some
It doesn't mean shareholders do.
we're reading coming out of China, where
Second mortgage on the house. Here we go.
so awful, so slow. The reopening has just really has
The bull trap won't be realized until tomorrow, if it is.
news out of there. So I think that people are looking at that and say, wow, if China really starts picking up here, we can get some upside.
Barbecue 2804. Just flat on the day, no big deal. Nothing happened.
Over the last 6, 9, even 12 months almost.
Yeah, the bond. I know the bond. I think the bondholders. So, how unlikely is it that bondholders get screwed and shareholders don't? That's not even a possibility, right?
Using options because implied volatility in crude options right now is at almost a 2-year low. So if you wanted to get either some cheap protection, if you had a long position, wanted to stay in, or wanted to take a short via the option side of things, I mean, volatility is really, really cheap right now.
Crude oil, natural gas, they're all up. And lastly, tomorrow we get the CPI reading. What are you expecting?
There's a lot of optimism there too that we're going to see a 3, maybe 3.2 somewhere in there, down from the 4% or 4.1%. I'm hoping that the market is not, looking too far into this and saying, boy, if it comes in,
Mullen's coming up too.
Instead of 3.13.
Yeah, Mullen did bounce off that level again.
I'd be a little bit cautious.
I'm not sure if it's gonna rally up too much. I think it could still fill this gap before we really find a bottom on it.
Meaning that we're going to see that number right around 3.
Buy is really ripping though.
All right, Scott Bauer with the
1 cent per $1.
Thank you so much.
That is pretty much almost free.
Now coming up, we'll wrap up the market day with our panel.
I don't even know how to buy bonds. I've never bought a bond.
Key inflation data and what you should be watching for.
One bond I have is a savings bond. It's in paper.
We'll be right back.
I've had it for like 35 years. Shareholder meeting? What shareholder meeting? Did Ellie stop selling them? I don't have approval on any of my brokerages to buy bonds. Or maybe I do on E-Trade. Wow, dude. Let's buy. Bonds are easy. I think I should have to get approved if I'm not. Just saying, I've never done it. I imagine it's pretty simple. August. The main proposal is concerning. What's the proposal? Yeah, Phil, I have been. I've been doing more dailies on SPY. Yeah. There it is. There's the high. There's the cup, man. Cup formed in the last like 10 minutes. Crazy. The gap up here at 443. Wow. Market is pricing in exuberance right now. Another reverse split and dilute. No, fundamentally I think Wallen's going bankrupt. So I don't really care about shareholder meeting or whatever. I think it's on its way. Look at this thing go. 10 minutes. All that chop just to get a rip. Those calls I bought down here because that inverse head and shoulder, since they were so cheap, you don't know. Trying to only do one trade a day. I did 2 today. I'll just do one on the SPY. Although with the futures, I do much more. Wait, what? Is that true poison? Oh my gosh, it's definitely going bankrupt. He wants to move the company just so he can dilute without shareholder approval. Why didn't Adam Aaron think of that? Instead he had to get this complex ape ticker and do a spin-off and reverse split. All this weird stuff that no one even understands. Now he's getting sued. Should just move the company to Maine. It's genius. Barbecue back to green. Oh, there they are.
Figures that you've seen coming out recently.
Well, I would say that globally, inflation looks like it's peaked on a headline level, but core inflation is still pretty high.
I think it's Tequila Tuesday.
Job and wage growth numbers.
I think so.
Today in the UK, we had wages growing 7.7% year over year on a nominal rate for the private sector. And then on Friday, we got a report from Japan, 2.5%. And higher wages can reinforce the inflation dynamics because wages are an input to the price of most goods and services. Bank of Japan doesn't meet for a couple more weeks. But expectations there.
I don't know if they've sold anything.
Away from their dovish policy
I think
tomorrow
they're planning on it. They have cars or vans or trucks. Probably all of them, whatever you want. If you want to pay them money, they'll say they'll make it for you.
Rate hike there.
It's a really different situation with each of these. China's inflation remains almost
2 trades today.
consistent.
0.75% of the port. Nice, well done, Stink.
Right now,
Well
is it
done.
because of the slower comeback from COVID, or what are you thinking?
Yeah, definitely.
I already opened IPA.
Economic growth
Super sour. Oh, I don't like sour IPAs.
In terms of China's economy or their
I don't like sour beer.
It came in at 0.0% overnight in China. Rate cuts there.
5 minutes. Well, guys, see what sucks actually is I'm not gonna be able to trade the futures on the CPI. You could just do a straddle, calls and puts. You're gonna be paying a premium for it though. For tomorrow. I might do that since I can't trade futures right now. Whoa, Rad's positive 2.2%. It's all these contracts.
But so far, the measures are focused on the supply side of the property market, so help for the developers to finish already started construction.
Wait, I could trade futures, I think, on
support on the demand side
TD.
property sales. But those could be
Ooh, I can trade the big ESs.
days and weeks.
Yikes. It's been a while.
I want to ask you about a good report.
Let me see if I can trade these.
If it comes in better than expected for CPI, would the Fed reconsider a rate hike at the end of the month? What do you think?
It seems doubtful.
Oh yeah, I can. Okay, cool.
Pretty clear that it's
I'll just trade futures into their account if I can. If I need to, if I want to.
inflation readings before considering any change in policy. And the CPI
We fight him in bankruptcy court.
But there's a lot of other
We have good experience with that now. We'll just all show up like Glenn.
focus a lot on the core PCE
Hey.
that deflated for personal consumption expenditures. So they'll want to see that number. They'll want to see some more labor market data. The Fed is very much focused on the idea that the labor market needs to go up some more. So I think before they alter the signals that they've already sent, they'll need to see some more readings. That being said, one of the interesting things about this meeting may be that there's a dissenting vote or two. We're starting to hear a little bit of difference between various Fed governors as to
Job of the Hut.
expectations
Great
are
assets. They have tons of debt. Cash flow negative. They have like what, 120 million in cash, but that's irrelevant.
Fixed income. Which areas do you think
They're pre-revenue.
watching right now should be focused on more so?
They're just burning capital, burning cash.
extending duration, adding a little bit in
They're in a market where 95% fail.
anticipate that inflation will come down and those yields will
How many new car manufacturers have there been in the last 20 years in the United States?
bonds, investment grade municipal bonds, treasuries, other government-backed securities. We want to be more careful about the lower credit quality bonds because there's a risk of, over tightening and a credit crunch.
Michelle, last question here for you. Which parts of the globe pop up on your radar as the best ones to watch as we head into the next half of the year?
Well, I'm not even talking about the ones that have failed. I'm saying how many new ones, like that have made it.
In Japan, they look very
Barbecue up 3.5%. There's ones that have been successful that have failed as well, that have gone bankrupt. that have been, you know, whatever. Pontiac.
And there's some changes there to.
Yeah, there's been lots that just gone under.
In India, you know,
Not to say all the ones that have tried and not made. I mean, the car manufacturers they've had a, I don't know, like the mafia run or what, but they've had it tight knit. Can't remember what it is. Something with the regulations where they basically have a stronghold on it. Ford, GM, now Stellantis, Mopar.
And then we'll bring you our closers panel to wrap
but
up
that's now Stellantis.
A few stocks that stood out in today's session.
To where you really couldn't get a new car manufacturer. That's why Tesla was such a huge deal. But not because it was amazing. It's because us shareholders paid for it. We've all paid for more than one Tesla in our taxes. When we pay our taxes, we should also get a Tesla delivered to us. So, I mean, I liked the product. It was good, but it wasn't without huge amounts of money just being pushed through there. Anyways, barbecue up 2%, 28.50. Crazy swings today. It's back below that trend line. Look at that line. It's literally directly below it, unfortunately. So, TA-wise, I don't know. It keeps holding this 27-cent level though, and it's holding above there today too, so maybe it'll bounce off of here. Trading this kind of channel range. SPY, very excited for CPI tomorrow. Yeah, I'll just wait for, I kind of want dailies. Is there time? Okay, I got a call. Give me a put. Give it to me. Oh, you guys are fired. I got a 439, 445 call and put for tomorrow on SPY. So might not have a big gap, but we could. And hopefully the goal on this is for the cost of the contract to be outweighed by the value of the other one. So I just did it really quick, so I didn't quite do it even. This one's one more strike out of the money. But anyways, these were 72 cents. These were 58 cents. So basically the way this works is tomorrow, hopefully these are at least 70 cents profitable. And then in that case, I could sell these. And then this is basically covered this one. And then hopefully this one keeps going up, basically. Or the other way around. So did it. Opened it up. So I might not trade the futures on it. I don't like to trade on that other account that has it. But yeah, there we are. SPY up 0.5% today. Made the cup here, the little cup. So, but that's all gonna be. We'll just see what happens tomorrow. CPI. Brands under up in the umbrella. Yeah, other brands buy them out. Barbecue up 2.15%. I did sell today. I bought today and I sold today. So TA worked out, and it didn't. And court hearing sucked. But there is still hope, I suppose, just as much as there was before. It's not very reassuring when the judge is sad. The judge that should be completely unbiased, that knows much more about this stuff than any of us do. But yeah, at any rate, let's see what happens. I might be too, maybe I'm just too retarded to play this properly. Here we go. Yeah, 2.5%. GME up 1.5%. 7-day puts on SPY. Noise. Had some big runners today. Let's see. The strangle, yeah. Opened up a strangle. And these I'll probably, the losing leg on these, I'll probably close right at just about it open. And then just try and drop them off. If not right at open, try and drop them off during the day when they're, I guess, at the best time, of course. Paid actor for the shills. Yep, he's there to lead all of us to sell our shares. He had us all string along, made us think he likes the stock, and he just flipped it on us and got us. Thanks guys for your support today. Yeah, time to chill out. Thank you for your likes. For 38 likes in the day. Appreciate the support. Sub up, like up, comment down. Happy money sticks around. We'll see you on Discord, maybe on Twitter. Oh, thanks Christopher. Thanks Granite. Thanks to Passing Cloud. Thank you Ace for your gifted membership. Thank you Poison, Cameron, Tasty, Dink, Phil C, Christopher C, Men. Appreciate it guys. Zoomy. Enjoy your day too. Thanks Tasty. Hey, that's a swell looking smile you got there, Christopher. I appreciate it. Hopefully you guys can find new jobs now you've been fired. It's only Tuesday, sorry. Should have done on a Friday. Whew. All right, we'll see you guys. See you guys later. Peace out.